Ooh, yeah. That should be better.
Hello, everyone. This is Roadless.
You're not Roadless. You can't say that. Hello, everyone. This is Roadless, the real Roadless. You don't accept no substitutions or pretenders. Today, we're going to be doing a little bit of a live stream. I'm joined by Cryo, and you know, we'll just see who drops in. Today, I'm just going to be working on some layouts that have been requested by our programming team. We will see how that turns out. Yeah, so we're not working on character models today. We're more working on like a sort of a level layout. I'm not going to get too detailed with it, but I'm going to try to conform it to the what we plan on having in that level. It's like a tutorial sort of demo level that you guys will be hopefully testing out and playing for yourselves sometime down the line. But right now, just sort of laying it out. My preferred method would be to have just little action block stages for the to really get Tails' metrics dialed in. But if this serves as inspiration for my programming team, then I will do that as well. So that's what I'm going to be focusing on today. Let me just switch over to the place. Also, let me check the chat. If there happens to be one, I don't want to leave you guys hanging. Hang on.
You can look at it.
Right. Appreciated. But I just want to make sure that I'm responding to stuff, because sometimes we get on tangents and it's fun, but I want to let you guys know that you're important to us. Alright. Well, I didn't tell anyone we were going to stream, and we haven't like 2 months. But, whatever.
You're important to us. We care about you. Watch our stuff. Look at us. Please look at us. Look at us.
Check the audio. Whatever.
You're important to us.
Yeah, that's fine. It works. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get started.
When do you make these scream animations?
This is a test animation that Rocket Pow did when I first made the rig for Scream. It's the old style rig. He had some notes, and I'm going to be updating it, actually. We have a newer rig for Scream, but I don't necessarily like that one, so we're going to be probably throwing that one out as well. But I figure I'll wait until we get the final model version of Scream before I bother doing anything like that. And just sort of start implementing it on newer models like Speedy, who is using the Rigify rig that I've put in. It's a lot more expressive. There's some things when it comes to his mouth that are going to be a bit challenging, trying to rig that up, but that'll come down the line later. Alright, let's go ahead and transfer this over here.
Have you seen the new Thor movie?
I have
cool,
not.
Me neither.
I mean, it came out in the middle of the week, and like not the middle of the week. It came out on Thursday, I guess. Technically, Friday.
I think officially opening weekend can't be called opening weekend anymore since they start on freaking Thursday now.
Yeah, no, and I'm like, it's the middle of the week. I'm in between paychecks. I'm not gonna put money down on a movie. I'm sorry. I'll have to wait. That's gonna have to wait until next week.
You think it's going to hurt them in the long run if they keep up the business model of opening films on Thursdays, expecting to get more money, but then people will be less inclined to do it anyway, causing them to overspend on advertising for a longer opening weekend that doesn't end up, doing much?
I don't think it's going to hurt them, mainly because the opening weekend
Not majorly, but like...
I don't think it will. Because I'm sure that's just my case. I didn't go see the movie because I just wasn't in the head. I just did not have any kind of means or wherewithal to do it. So I'm like, oh, I'll catch it when I do. Yeah. It'll still be in the theaters next week.
I mean, you know why they do it. It's just like it's weird to see like them put more like we need to have this movie open for another day of the week so we can eat up theater slots.
Yeah, sure, whatever. I mean,
consume it.
That's just what they do. Let's see here. I'm sure it's doing fine. My greatest concern is I have to wait for all of those what's the word I'm looking for? I have to avoid all those spoilers in the thumbnails and stuff like, oh, did you know who did what? And it's like, please, just give me a minute, all right?
Here's the strategy. If you just don't look at Marvel stuff for a week, YouTube will just not let you see it.
Yeah, well, it's not Marvel stuff specifically. There's just like certain outlets that deal in that, like New Rockstars and your other sort of outlets that I like to
Oh, that
watch.
crap that's like always.
They're always talking about something. I was looking at them for their Stranger Things content, but you know what they also do? Marvel stuff. So that's just gonna seep in there. Like, I also watch their Marvel content, but only after I've seen the movies. But you know, it's mixed in. I understand that, and I just kind of keep my eyes off of it, and I rely on these people to not include spoilers, to be good enough to be like, hey, you know, it's just a thumbnail of Thor looking like, what? Like, that's fine. I can live with that. I know what the video's about, and I'll avoid
red
it.
circles and/or arrows.
Little red circles and arrows. And sometimes it's a complete joke, and they know it's just we're just making crap up. You know, I'm reminded of something actually.
Like, for me, like, 99% of the time, if I see a thumbnail, and I'm like, oh, the title looks interesting, and I see the thumbnail, and it has, like, a red arrow or something on it, I'm like, okay, I'm avoiding it now.
Please don't put the red arrow on there. Don't make me hate your video before I watch it.
Or like those thumbnails, you know, the ones I find really annoying are the ones that, like, take a screenshot of, like, a person or an image or something, and then just do this weird, like, morph thing to increase the size of the eyes and mouth.
Oh, that's what they do with every single one of the pitch meetings that Ryan George makes. Hello, Mecca from the 80s. Welcome.
It's like that. It's like, I don't know. There feels like a difference there. I know what you're talking about. It's like that feels like it's the style. It's supposed to look dumb.
Right. Oh, are you saying that they're trying to make it look cool with doing that, or?
No, I'm saying they're trying to make it look dumb.
Oh. Yeah, okay, fine. I know that they're looking, but you were talking about this before. I was wondering if that's what you were making reference to when you started up, but you're talking about something else. I'm guessing. It's like a thumbnail.
No, I'm talking about the same kind of. I'm talking about the same kind of like face morph thumbnail thing. It's that one feels like it's an act to, like, you know, get attention on the video because for some reason people think that's appealing, and then you have the pitch meeting videos which are intentionally made to look weird and, like, you know.
Or when they add like they take a smear tool and then they make the character look like they're frowning. Like you don't need to add more emotion to the image. Yeah, but I did. Okay. Let's see here, promos. Oh, what was I looking for? I was looking for
friggin'
yeah, this is the wrong place. Okay.
I do love like pitch meetings are fine. I actually prefer like Ryan George's content on his own channel a lot more than just the pitch meetings.
Well, you know, that's why both exist. I watch both. Miles per hour.
I'm the astronaut. I'm out here in ad space.
I liked that particular concept. Like, that's a very clever idea.
I do like the Time Traveler series. It's the 90s.
Yeah, he made a couple. He hasn't made a lot of those that I know of, but yeah. NPCs. No, Tails.
I was just like scrolling through the Armada chat to see how far I would get in a limited amount of time if I just scrolled up, and I found you referencing at the end of like last year the video that was like how the past 2 years have felt. It's just like plans and again like hopes and dreams separately leaving a table.
Oh, yeah, I remember making it. That was a long time
ago.
Is that a picture or something? It's been a while since I've seen that.
That was a video.
Oh.
That was one of his skits.
A skit? Oh, his... Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, alright. Append... Nope, this ain't it. Delete that. Delete all of... Wait. That's not the right Tails.
So based on the trajectory of where Sonic the Hedgehog is going, what do you think the third F-based Sonic game is going to be?
F-base? What is that?
We have Sonic Forces, Sonic Frontiers. How do we complete the trilogy? What is it going to be?
Sonic Finale.
Sonic Foreclosure?
Sonic Final Fantasy. It's just Final Fantasy, but it's got Sonic in it. But it's like Final Fantasy, like... What's a bad Final Fantasy? No, not a bad one. It's Final Fantasy 9. Final Fantasy...
13.
13's pretty cheese balls, perhaps. Sonic... Fighters. It's just actually a fighting game, and they're like, we're bringing it back, you guys. Exists. I know, it's a reference. It's a Sonic Sonic.
Oh no, but this
Foils.
isn't Sonic Fighters. This is Sonic Fighters. It's a different game, different title.
Not Sonic the Fighters, right? Sonic Fighters. I feel like that's the name of the game. I could be saying it wrong. Let's go back. No way.
Has there ever been a Sonic like spin-off series that just kind of sticks? I guess like the racing games.
Sonic Racing did pretty well, and I guess Sonic, another racing game with Sonic Riders, that had a pretty.
That one's been dead.
Yeah, but you're talking about sticks, and you're like talking about, like, they're not doing anything outside of mainline games right now. So it's like, what stuck? Nothing stuck. You're saying like anything that had like a series, and those are the ones that did.
It still blows my mind that not even Sonic Mania stuck. Like they looked at that and they're like, "Nah, let's not do another one." Let's not.
I don't know. Let me making decisions. Let me append all this stuff.
Apparently, Sonic Frontiers, as of like 2 days ago, it was either like one of the devs or, I mean, it was definitely like probably someone like it was like Azuka or like a Sega official. It was like an interview, saying that Sonic Frontiers, as of right now, is officially 80% finished.
That's too low.
Yeah.
It's too low for a game that's coming out in 6 months. Like, not even 6 months. November, that's four and a half months. 80% completion. Like, what's the rest of it? What do you imagine is the rest of the game? Like, well, we finished the game part. Now we're just doing textures? Maybe. Animations? Okay, you can do that in that amount of time. But, like, what constitutes the latter 20% of the game's, like, production? If you're just making title screens and stand-in stuff, maybe doing some VA, which should be done by now for real, because of how long time that takes.
If your VA isn't done, I would love to see that. Like, if the VA isn't done right now, which it has to be.
Yeah.
But if it's not though, I want to see those cutscenes right now.
I can't imagine. You know, it's like, what is the 20%? What could that be?
Maybe it's the cyberspace levels.
But those are like. From what we've seen, they're have probably unique courses and that kind of stuff, but they're like,
I know, but they're
modular. They're made out of things that they already exist. So like, maybe that would be the reason why, right? They're just, but no, even still, you're not tweaking game. Maybe levels. You can probably tweak.
You're basically taking Sonic Generations and throwing it into a level editor and then making new levels out of it.
I mean, maybe if that's what they're doing, then that's what they're doing. But like, I don't know what.
Maybe they forgot to add other biomes.
Yeah, no, that's the whole rest of the game. They certainly didn't forget that, and that's not 20% of its completion.
I think what's it? Maybe music.
Yeah, maybe.
Like it's just whatever the case may be. It's like showing that they are 80% of the way done, and considering like when games are supposed to go gold, they are they are about to hit that wall where they just got to be done, probably in the next like couple weeks.
Yeah. It's yeah. Before they go gold,
it proves that they have serious management. It proves this.
Trailer Tails rig.
Well, like somebody at that company is just making horrible decisions, or probably multiple people. Just
you know, it's takes a village to burn a village, I suppose.
You know, you got like Sonic Forces, where we spent a year making the game and 4 years making the engine or whatever, and now they're 80% done with this game that they spent 5 years making.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. I am willing to see more at this point, more videos, more gameplay stuff. I actually haven't been looking at too much of the stuff that's been coming out, just because I don't want to get. I imagine I'm not going to get spoiled. I've seen the AI thing. I've seen a lot of stuff. It's just like.
I mean, like the story is like the only thing you probably will have to look forward to.
Yeah, and we'll see what the gameplay is looking like as they.
I mean, apparently Ian didn't like write the story. He's just writing the dialogue.
Yeah, no, that's what I heard. And that's fine. And that's to be expected. To have him write the story would be to have him be integrally linked into the creative process.
Yeah,
into the process. He would have been a part of this thing for 4 years. for the whole time.
I'm pretty sure they also don't want that because they're like, it's like, oh, they're like, he's the comic writer.
No, and also they'll just probably be like, look, we have our own ideas about what the kind of game we want to make. That would, because being a writer of a game early on, it gives you a certain amount of creative control over what gets in the game. So it's like,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not showing very much right now.
I mean, like, I want to guess that if Ian Flynn was here from the beginning, we probably wouldn't be going through Sonic's memories.
Probably not. We'd probably just write a new story, just do something else. But because they wanted to go with whatever route, whoever was the lead of story when they were making the game, because, you know, not like the author or whatever, like the lead guy on that project, or God forbid, a committee of people on the project deciding what the story was going to be. They were like, look, let's use what we already have. Let's find a way to integrate the stuff we've already made. We want to make here are our goals. We want to make an open world game, and we want to utilize assets or leverage stuff that we've already built. Let's do a reverie mode where, you know, you have memories and stuff. Like, oh, let's make it cyberspace. I can imagine those things being, like, not imagine. Those had to have been decided early on because that's the core of the gameplay. So,
I am almost convinced that, like, thinking about reusing assets and stuff, like, especially since now Sonic Origins, also developed by Sonic Team, with the ports that were already made, which are the ones that Sonic Team handled, they have, practically no new features except for a half-hearted drop dash. Not having Knuckles or other playable characters, or, like, minor bug fixes, because, like, that would require them to do work that wasn't, like, already finished. And Frontier's, like, one of those things where they're also reusing assets again of, like, generation stuff that was made, like, 10 years ago. And it makes me think, like, I am convinced at this point, to some extent, that, like, especially since, you know, the things that Azuka says and crap like that about being too tired to add new playable characters, I think he just doesn't want to make these games anymore. I don't think that's a crazy theory. I just think he doesn't want to be here anymore. I mean, you said that before. It's like the idea of somebody being too tired to add playable characters sounds like the words of a man that wants to retire.
I have said that. And it's probably true. Let's bring everything in here and just see what sticks. Delete all the stuff I don't. Oh my gosh, right. I just wanted the Tails model, and for some reason I couldn't find it. But now here it is. I just have to delete everything else. So give me a second. I'm using Tails model as a sort of a, yeah, to make sure nothing is too big or anything like that. Let's go to flip the bottom. That's what I want.
But yeah, no. After the Origins thing, like, it's like I can't, like, unsee that, like, ever. That you took, like, these perfect games and then screwed them up. It's like, good job. It's like, good job, Sega.
Sega says you're welcome. Doesn't realize that you were being sarcastic and keep moving on.
Sega's like, you're welcome. Thanks for the money. Thanks for...
Alright, good. Delete everything else. Bye. Oh no. Wait a minute. I don't understand. Why is it like this?
Can you imagine if Nintendo, like, you know, people compare Sega to Nintendo a lot, but imagine if, like, they released a collection of the original Mario games from, like, Mario 1 to Mario World, and they were glitchy, buggy messes that came out that needed a patch.
Can I imagine that?
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to imagine, but also, it would never happen.
I mean, there's such a thing as quality control, and Nintendo has proven thus far to be doing a better job at that part of the whole thing. Very strict about that. They've got very strong feelings about quality control.
I mean, it was the Sony guy that was like, Nintendo, like, basically has the practice a lot of the time of, like, if there's an animation or, like, a tiny, like, a model or a bit of work that they don't think is up to their quality standard, they won't tell people to tweak it. They'll tell them to scrap the entire thing and start over again.
Like, yeah, that's pretty serious. They're hardcore over there. Nintendo is hardcore. You may not believe it. Okay, hang on. Why is it not moving? Delete this. Delete A.
Did you see that Sonic fan game that came out recently? I was playing it. I saw a little bit of it.
Yes, and I have seen it.
It's so impressive. What? Oh man,
Hang on. Grab.
it's like one of those fan games that like comes out, never gives you a demo or anything. It just comes out as like a full ass game.
Very good of them to do that. Don't have to wait for it too long. All right, here we go. We're gonna make Tails all one piece so that he's easier to move around. Because I'm gonna be duplicating him and moving him into certain areas to make sure that he's the right size. You're gonna get all this sort of other stuff out. Oops. No. Can I delete this? Yeah. Okay. He's not gonna need a rig. I don't need him to do anything. I just need to have him in here as reference point boy. Yeah.
So outside of the most likely choice for Shadow in Sonic the Ball 3, do you think that he'll be voiced by, again, removing the obvious of like, you know, Keanu Reeves, Robert Pattinson, and what's absolutely going to happen, Chris Pratt as Shadow? What do you think are going to be the what do you think would be likely choices?
Likely choices for Shadow. Excellent question. Maybe an unknown. I know it's out of the question usually because they want to get someone who don't know. But
I mean, it's so weird to me. I mean, for me, it clearly shows that they didn't see Tails as a priority in this movie at all, because he wasn't voiced by a celebrity, so they don't see him as valuable as Sonic or Knuckles.
Maybe that's not the case. Maybe they just didn't want to find someone else. They didn't want to spend the money because they blew the bank on Idris Elba. They're like, we don't have anyone.
Yeah, right.
We can only get someone like Kathleen O'Shaughnessy. I don't know, but when it comes to Shadow, who else could be? Just I don't know.
He was known for being edgy and brooding.
What's the guy's name? Freaking, I think I've made the joke already, but whatever. One more time. Wow, why can't I think of his name? Mint Mobile guy. Can't think of his name. Freaking
Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah, there we go. Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds is Shadow. He's dark and brooding, but also makes a lot of just like sad, mean jokes.
Yeah.
Like he's just kind of like there's like an underlying darkness to him, but he hides it with humor.
Like Ryan Reynolds is one of those people that like is really like, not him as a person, but like his style of humor is like really fucked up and like sad, like really just like dark a lot of the time, but he puts it through the veil of just like niceness.
He's got like this sort of like cheery, like upbeat delivery, and I, for one, could totally see that being the voice actor or the direction for Shadow. The man who's kind of like trying to hide his pain behind a wall of humor, but also like the things that he says are biting still. Kind of. And he's like 50 years old. He's been, I mean, I guess he's not really. He's been asleep for all that time. But
I mean, maybe he. I mean, they said, "Oh, it's Dave's at 50 years," so they'll probably just make it that.
No, it is 50 years. He's been in the thing for 50 years. That's just the Shadow backstory.
With the Ark, it's just going to be some military site on Earth.
It'd be very hard to explain why there was a giant spaceship and no one noticed it.
Yeah.
Just hovering above, like not even far out in space, just above, like maybe where the ISS is, and you can see the ISS. This thing is like a quarter the size of the moon.
And it's shaped like a man's face.
Just a specific person's face. I imagine that it's either going to be right out there. If it's going to be the size it's going to be, if they're going to do Ark, it's probably behind the moon where you can't see it. It's tidally locked.
No, you know what?
On the dark side of the moon.
It's gonna be on the dark side of the moon.
That's what I was just saying. Like on the dark side of the moon because it's tidally locked and no one can see it. And if it's gonna be,
I thought you were saying it was like behind the moon, like it was a separate sphere behind the.
Oh, you're saying on? Well, I was saying it was like on the dark side of the moon, behind the moon.
Yeah. No, I thought you meant literally like behind the moon, like it's a separate entity behind the moon.
Yeah, it could either be on the moon or behind it. I was saying if it's gonna be the size it's supposed to be, it needs to be someplace far. But they were saying like a black site. But that's the thing. The Space Colony arc is not where they find Shadow in Sonic Adventure 2. He's on Earth.
He's just on like an island base thing.
Yeah, so they could totally just have Shadow be in that base, and that was where all of the experiments took place on Earth to kind of avoid the whole weirdness of the Space Colony arc.
I wonder if there's an island in on Earth in this weird reality that's like just called Prison Island.
It's Alcatraz. It's already a prison island.
I know, but like a prison island.
I know.
With giant dragonflies.
Probably not going to have the dragonflies. Don't think we're going to do a lot of that. Okay, we got Tails. Tails is here now. Boom. Shock. Oh no. Let's get those teeth in there.
I'm thinking like, man, like, I hate how the Sonic movies restrict themselves to just real-world mundanity.
Well, I'm over
it's like,
it, and I don't care that much. But I feel like
been an animated world.
Would have been nice, I guess. Let's make a plane here. The plane is the floor. The floor is lava, and Tails is dead. This is how he dies. He just sort of sinks into
Is the third movie? Do you think the third movie is going to end with Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles and Shadow all living with Sonic's cop dad?
I feel like that probably isn't going to happen. I mean, Shadow is probably going to go out on the road.
Probably
like
going to die.
A Hulk, like the end of the Hulk show TV series ending, where he just sort of like walks down the street thumbing for a hitch. No one picks him up because he's a freaking white alien. He'll either die or he'll just go up into space and never be seen again because they have this whole universe that they could explore, and I hope they start doing that at some point.
They won't. I doubt it. It's gonna be in the comics, not the movies.
I don't think so. I don't think that that's what they're gonna do. I think that they're going to expand upon it because there's literally nowhere else to go with this suburbia thing. I
mean, no, they could do it. They could easily just keep padding on random Sonic elements and shoving them into the real world.
I mean, they didn't shove the... Well, I guess they did have that stuff on
They did. They shoved guns. They shoved
guns from the real world, though. Gun is Sonic Adventure 2. I know you don't like Sonic Adventure 2, but that's from Sonic the Hedgehog. So that's not like a thing that they made more pedestrian. It was already pedestrian. It was a group of humans with weapons fighting against Eggman and Sonic and stuff like that. That is not out of left field. That's from somewhere. All right, let me make this level layout.
If you're gonna have Gun though, give them their weird robots.
No, I feel like there's plenty of space for weird robots, and maybe even a truck scene where they're chasing Sonic in a truck, and they're like, "What?" Sonic's like, "Why am I still running away from these people? I'm way faster than this truck."
It's like Indiana Jones with the boulder.
Except it's a truck. It's traveling at about 50 miles an hour, and I can easily outpace it. But somehow I don't.
Like, they have written themselves into an irreversible corner where Sonic can freeze time. What is a threat?
Yeah, no, it's not even like a special ability of his. It's something that he can do regardless.
He can just do it. It doesn't cost energy. He's not like, there's no penalty for it. He just does. He can do it.
Yeah. And it's too late to, like, a retcon of thing that's like, oh no, Sonic, I can't do it, or else I'll...
And like they've written like that Dragon Ball kind of a corner where the only people that are going to be able to really be a threat to Sonic are either someone's faster than him or as fast, which is a Shadow thing, or they're just going to make some contrived kind of like, well, Sonic's not faster. Why? Because we needed a plot to happen.
I mean, it's going to be interesting. Shadow can technically slow down time with a Chaos Emerald.
He can freeze time in two ways.
Or he can just be fast, I guess. Scenes.
Like at first, like when I watched the second movie, at first I thought it was like they just kind of retconned that because they didn't want to deal with it. But then no, he freezes time in the movie anyway. It's like they know he can do this.
Where is? Oh boy.
We're gonna have Super Shadow, even though the Chaos Emeralds are gone. I don't get like. I thought in the movie universe the Master Emerald was powerful because it had all the Chaos Emeralds in it, but I guess not.
It's, they haven't really explained what the Master Emerald even does, really.
It just kind of exists.
They've left themselves that opening so they can make it do whatever they need it to do in future movies, but I feel like it's probably going to be one of the things that... I don't know who's going to be after it, Maybe nobody.
Maybe Eggman dies canonically in that scene, so they don't need to keep hiring Jim Carrey.
They don't have to worry about Jim Carrey. I will just have to get another opposing force.
I want it to be Agent Stone. If it's anyone else, I'll be upset.
Okay. Well, prepare to be upset. I mean, he's definitely going to factor into the story, but like, I don't know if he's going to be the big bad.
Like a story where Agent Stone goes to unleash Shadow, especially since he, like, you know, impersonated a gun soldier and found out about that information at the end of Sonic 2. I want to see Agent Stone be the opposing force, the antagonistic force that brings out Shadow to get revenge on Sonic for killing his love, Eggman.
Right, and they'll have like that similar.
It'll be like a full like revenge.
Like Shadow wants revenge for Gun killing Maria, and then they kind of their goals align for that particular moment. Then I guess Stone realizes that Shadow wants to destroy the whole planet. He's like, oh no. I probably don't want that, or somehow, because there's characters missing from this story, and Sonic, I guess Sonic is the one who's like, Maria didn't want you to kill the whole world, she wanted you to protect it, and then Shadow will be like, yeah, well,
it's like, no, I love that.
Sonic's
like, I get it, Maria didn't want you to kill the world, she wanted you to protect it, and he's like, who's Maria? That's not like a...
I thought, like, your friend?
No.
Oh, you don't have any friends? I don't have any friends.
I don't have any friends.
I'm just a ball of
canon.
hatred. That's right. They've turned that into canon. Wow. Okay, I'm being quite lazy here. Let me get to work.
Do you think they're actually going to go the Maria angle, or do you think they're going to do something else to avoid seeing a kid get shot?
Probably. I mean, they won't show the kid getting shot, but we've seen some children dying in some recent media. It's not like they can't do it or would shy away from it that much. Watching, like, Stranger Things Season 4 and Obi-Wan Kenobi were like, oh, we're just gonna kill us some children. You know? It's not out of the question for a movie that's rated, what, PG? They could get away with a lot. Maybe PG-13 if they have to, but I doubt it. Won't be necessary.
I don't think they would do that. They're too comfortable. They're too comfortable.
But they can definitely still do it or still imply it. It's not like they showed, like maybe in Japan they showed the kid being shot, but they in the game itself it was a cutaway, so they don't actually have to.
Yeah, no, in the American version they edited it out.
Yeah, so they could easily do that. It wouldn't matter. It's got the same weight.
Yeah, it is weird to think about like that cultural thing where like we're fine with like blood and gore and stuff, and they like are absolutely against a lot of that stuff in Japan, specifically dismemberment. But then it's like you can show a kid getting shot in Japan, but not America. Then it's like it's fine now. Like it's
yeah. You take it up with the MPAA. I don't know how they make decisions. Let's see here. Okay, I'm just gonna have to focus here. I'm looking for some concept art for the level real quick, and I'm gonna use that as an overlay to sort of build things up with.
If Sonic Movie 3 though, like, I don't think it's gonna be that good because I don't like the other ones, but I'd be willing to forgive everything if we saw a really ugly live-action Rouge.
Sure. I think the movie will be fine. Like the other two were fine, and you'll continue to not like them because you don't want to, but the fact of the matter is, I have had no problem with the series so far. I mean, obviously there have been things that I don't love, but, you know, none of it's been a deal breaker. I feel like I'm willing to see where it goes. Why can't I find it? I need to better organize my stuff. I've been searching through here for artwork. It's in environments. Yeah, that's why.
What do you think they would do with a live action Rouge though? You think they would just go full it's game Rouge but with like realisticness, or like do you think they'd just change her entirely?
Like her character, or like the way, obviously the way she looks,
or design?
It's probably gonna be something similar. Like they've done redesigns and everything. Like the way Knuckles' shoes look in the movie look different than they do in the game. They have key elements of it. They have key elements in the way his clothing is designed but they've made it work for the design in the movie, so they'll probably do the same thing. Hello, PJ Squared, and welcome. Welcome to here.
Bye, hi. It's a bisexual hello. Let's see here. Hey PJ. I'm thinking, what's it? I'm thinking, what is it? Yeah, no, like, I hate Sonic's separate eyes. Or at least the fact that they're like these rounded squares. To me in the movies, like, Sonic only looks right when he's frowning. If his like eyes are up, or like especially when he raises his eyebrows, he looks really weird. Especially when he has like a really ugly middle mouth.
I don't follow. I think his movie design looks fine. It is specifically a different thing. Like, obviously, there's an extreme to that. There was a version of it that I hated, and everyone did. But,
everyone hated that.
Like, and of course, that's subjective, right? I can't tell you that it's you just like it. Obviously, you have your own feelings about it, but it's just like, that's not it. Ain't bothering me personally. I think it looks nice. I don't need his eyes to be that big. I would like them to look like they fit on his head. And like he has eyeballs that might go into a skull, but they don't have to.
I just hate the
so right
fact
now
that,
I'm
like,
working on a layout for a level. That's what's going on the screen. I'm looking through some reference art. So sorry if it looks like there's nothing happening for a moment.
No, he's looking at stuff. I'm thinking, like, I just don't understand, like, the industry at large, but like in this specific case, like the inability to just do the source material in the case of, we can't give Sonic 2 eyes or 1 eye. We can't do that. Why? Like,
you know, you get different art teams and they just like make a decision. They want to do something different. They use their creative freedom for that.
like, I'm fine with the blue arms. Just like the 2 eyes thing just always looks wrong to me, especially since Tails and Knuckles look 1-to-1. Sure, they always had 2 eyes, but like they look 1-to-1. And then Sonic's like the outlier that just looks a little bit off.
Maybe it's just because what you're used to seeing and this isn't that, so you're having difficulty with the difference, with the change. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
There's like designs that I like over others. Like I very much prefer, say, something like the original Sally Acorn design as opposed to the one that they ended up with. The remake. And it's like, you know, some people love that design, but I don't. I wish it was different, but, you know, that's not the way.
Like, why does she need to have these dumb, giant blue rings around her wrist?
Well, those are to make the lasers come out, so she's got laser arms. Well, why can't you just emit them? They're like a magic power. Like, no.
That'd be cool. You know, honestly, if Sally had, like, magical electric powers or something, and she could, like, create, like, field weapons with her mind.
Yeah, but then there'd be, you know, a whole group of people who are like, no, Sally's not supposed to have powers. It defeats the purpose of her character, which is not true. Her character purpose is.
And that's the thing, right? It's like, do you want Sally to be competitive, like in a Sonic way, or do you want her to be unique? What do you want? Like,
yeah, it's like, I don't mind Sally having some kind of power. Because everyone else freaking does. And it makes sense because it's supposed to be a video game franchise. And if you're meant to be, like, what's her gameplay, right? What's the thing that she's able to do? Someone brought this up a while ago. I don't know who said, no, I think it was actually Fractor. It was actually Fractor. He was talking about the idea that, you know, these characters were kind of designed with the idea of gameplay in mind. Like, if these characters were in a game, what would they be able to do? And there's no gameplay style that really fits original recipe Sally Acorn. She just kind of, like, isn't.
You just fuse her with Nicole and give Nicole cool stuff that Sally can work with.
That's a thing that you could do. It's not impossible. And in fact, people have, like, you know, considered that in, like, you know, certain art that's been made. And it's like, yeah, that could happen. And those are the things that I'm kind of on board with, because I don't want Sally to be, like, this OP strong thing, but I also like don't know exactly what her power set would be. But you know, I'm open to the idea of
always
her having
imagine
power.
Sally being a bit of like a not like a tech wizard. She's like a strategist.
Yeah, that's more what she is supposed to be anyway. She's not a. She has a lot of abilities, but like they're mostly like because it was written for a comic book and not a game. Most of her
Yeah, no, she's
existence.
more like diplomatic and like socially
Yeah,
kind
she's-
of there.
Yeah, that's kind of where her strengths lie. And in a video game format, what is that? That's nothing.
And that's the thing, though. It's like in the video game format, she doesn't need to be playable. She doesn't. She
That's
could just
true.
be a character.
That's true, but I also would like to play as Sally. That's just the thing.
I know.
If she's gonna be a game, I want her to be playable.
I know, right? They could have Eggman kidnap Sally and have Sonic rescue.
Oh yeah, we can do the whole Elise thing, and everyone knows how fun Elise was as a character, and is still. Everyone loves Elise, right? Okay.
I think she might be the most hated Sonic character ever.
I think
that
that still
people
belongs to
actually
Chris
know.
Thorndike.
Is it Chris Thorndike? Oh, you know what's gonna happen? That reminds me. Chris Thorndike. They're totally gonna have a moment in the third movie where Donut Lord, freaking James Marsden comes and convinces Shadow that what he's doing is wrong. Just like Chris Thorndike, it's gonna be like that.
That's
But
weird. I don't think that they'd do that. They've already shown that that's Sonic's role in these games. It'll be a game of telephone where Sonic learns a lesson early on from James Marsden's character and then regurgitates it to another character. And it just so happens to be relevant. They don't have to and should not do that. But I feel like it's better that Sonic is the one who has the conversation with these characters rather than this human guy. Of course, they're looking desperately for ways to make him relevant. I don't think they need to. I wish there was a way to tell them that they don't need to make the human characters relevant. We can move away from them, but
they won't.
we need that. We need that that first unit director to have something to do with all the actors. And since if they're gone, then there's nothing going on.
I can't wait for the wacky hijinks sequence where our characters get stuck in a bar for a prolonged period of time in the third movie.
I don't think they're gonna go back to the bar. Well, they shouldn't at least.
They can roll it out. It'll be the third time they do it. Third time in the movie.
Like, I'm not gonna borrow problems and be like, oh, look at all the ways. I'm just wondering all the ways it can be bad. That's just not how I'm. That's just not how I'm going about it. Wow. It was at this moment that Rodolus realized he doesn't know how to do level layout or anything really like that. And he was gonna try.
What are you trying to do? I mean, you have the concept art though, right?
I do have concept art, but concept art will only get me so far. I'm looking for that aerial view, and I'm trying to remember where I put it. Just a moment. I can download it real quick. I know where it is on our drive. Ugh, didn't want to do this, but this is faster because it's more organized there. My computer, I need to just go in here, and I'm afraid to start. There's just so much stuff in there.
Don't be afraid. You can do it.
It's just like, I don't know what I want to get rid of, and it's all just a bunch of... Because the cool thing about Blender sometimes is I can look through files and it'll show me a little snippet of what that file is. So I can know before clicking on it, like a little thumbnail will show me what it is before I click on it. This is just a bunch of yellow folders.
That's what your folder does.
It doesn't do that. I'm talking about, like... Blender files don't do that outside of Blender. If I'm looking at a Blender file, it just gives me the Blender thumbnail. Just like, here's the Blender, icon.
Oh, shit.
Huh?
That's stupid, man. Oh, wow.
Well, it's a 3D. I don't know. It just doesn't show that unless there's a way to get it to do that, which there might be. I haven't looked into it.
I mean, with Clip Studio, different program, but it's just like it does that perfectly fine, where it'll show like a thumbnail in your folder, like your File Explorer thing.
Yeah. Well, in the File Explorer here, if it's a Blender thing, it just shows me the icon. If it's a picture, of course, like a PNG, I can get an image of what that is. But like. It's my fault for naming them the way that I have, and blah, blah, blah. We're gonna move on from there. Just a second. Let me open up some folders here. What's being shared? This is not ending up on the stream, is it? No, good, thankfully. Okay. So I'm gonna try to, like I said before, work on a little 3D representation of what the level is supposed to consist of, based on our story so far, what we have, and whatnot. So I'm going to include all the important points of interest and try to sort of make a little level layout. That's the goal. I'm gonna do concept art. That's what I want. And I want to look at the Lombax art, because I want that overhead view that she made for us.
I was just thinking about this. Spider-Man comes out to PC in like a month or something, and it makes me think like I'm excited to see if there are mods and stuff. But I'm thinking about like Horizon. Were there any like mods or anything?
There's several if you look them up. But they're like not several. There's a couple. If you look for Horizon like Zero Dawn mods, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I know I've seen a few, but they're not like game changers. They're just like, oh, you can take all of you can put Aloy in a t-shirt and shorts. It was the weirdest looking thing ever. And she just looked like everyone else was dressed up in their, costumes and outfits, and she's looking like she came to
like modern day person.
Yeah, she looked like she came late to the set. It's like, hey guys, sorry, doing rehearsal. I haven't had the chance to get into makeup yet. Which was kind of funny. And then of course, you've got I don't know. I'd have to look into it. But there's
God of War has to like replace every object with Kratos in some way.
That's funny. That's the thing that they have, or are you just saying that's an idea?
I think I've seen something like that.
Okay. Levels.
I want to see like a God of War mod that replaces Kratos with Joel and like Atreus with Ellie.
And then we replace Freya with who? That's gonna be
Tess.
Tess, right? She almost looks like Tess. Not a whole lot, but kind of. Renders, Sea Salt Bay, Region 1. Let's just move this in here.
I think of all the games, though, it's obviously going to be Spider-Man that has the most amount of mods, unless for whatever reason it's just really hard to mod those games.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. These things are all made with, like, specialized engines and special code and stuff, so it's hard enough. It's hard to get mods into these things regardless, but... excuse me.
People are going to figure it out so they can mod the old face back in and put Spider-Man in Minecraft.
Spider-Man in mine. I can see that. You can put anything in there. You can put, like, Spider-Man. You can put Kratos as Spider-Man.
No, you know what they're going to do? They're going to take... You can add multiple mods, okay? So there's going to be a mod where you play as Kratos, but it's like built off of Spider-Man. You play as Kratos, but he's wearing a Spider-Man mask, and you're in Minecraft.
Huh. Where's the environments? Oh boy, I bet you anything. It's already in here, isn't it? Environment reference.
Isn't Uncharted on PC?
Yep, already on there. Oh, Uncharted? I don't think so. I don't recall hearing anything about it. Not that I've suddenly got my ear to the ground on these sorts of things. Hang on. I think I've figured it out. Hang on. Yeesh. Uncharted. I could look it up. I could, but I know if I do, then I'm gonna get distracted, and I can't. I don't want to do that right now.
I know they're putting.
Look it up, Cryo. Look it up.
Yeah.
Tell me.
I know they're putting The Last of Us on PC.
Yeah, I heard about that one. Wow.
I mean, the remaster of The Last of Us is a cool idea, and I don't think like it existing is necessarily the problem. It's just I think it's a way for Naughty Dog to get used to the architecture and just kind of like revamp an old game to make it look nice and stuff. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is that it's $70.
You're getting used to the architecture of what, the PlayStation 5?
Yeah.
I guess they haven't released anything onto it yet, so I suppose that could be the case. But I don't know, does that make it easier for them to make their next game? Because the next game they're making is not a sequel to The Last of Us, right? It's just a remake.
Yeah, no, they're making a remake of Last of Us, and then
I guess that's my problem, because they're not, while they're doing that, they really only work on one game at a time, and like.
I mean, maybe more games will come out this generation.
Find some new, maybe.
Like,
they better
because like I don't imagine this remake of The Last of Us will take nearly as much time as any one of their other projects.
Right? Isn't it already about to come out?
Yeah.
So they should be about done with it. So that means that whatever they've got in the barrel next, they should be working on. They might not announce it for another year or so, maybe even 2, but then like work on that. Okay, fine. Because I'm like, that's okay, but you really like the remaster doesn't look that much better than the last one that they did, and therefore it's like that's I think part of the thing there.
The thing is, like, there is a substantial difference, but it's one of those things where it doesn't matter because you like. I think the biggest thing that this thing does is put Last of Us on PC. Like that's
that probably is about it, and that's fine. Cast the characters. What is wrong with me?
I'm almost like I'm willing to bet though that like their next game is probably going to be Last of Us 3.
Yeah, no, I guess it's the money making franchise. That's the one that they want to put their time into.
And then they'll move on to their next game.
Last of Us 4.
Last of Us 4. They just keep going.
This is the House of Last of Us. That's it. That's all we're doing, forever. We're just gonna quadruple down on zombie stories.
It's like, all right, well they did Uncharted 4. What's the next game? Last of Us 5.
We're gonna do more than Uncharted. In fact, they left themselves open for a sequel to Uncharted. Technically, I mean,
you know that's what they did. They opened it up so that way Sony can keep doing it. They don't need Naughty Dog to keep making their games. Sony owns that IP, not Naughty Dog.
Yeah, but I don't know if I want anyone else working on that unless those guys can do a really good job. We'll see if they. Man, that's a tough sell. Like someone else doing. I mean, they did it with, I guess, Crash Bandicoot technically.
Hear me out.
But it's just like
Insomniac makes an Uncharted game.
It's not impossible. They've done some pretty good stuff. Like obviously, really good stuff. It's just kind of funny that they're doing that now, and then like, hey, could you guys do Jak and Daxter as well? Maybe make a sequel to that. I'd play the hell out of it.
Oh my god, imagine that. Like Sony's like, hey, we get a new Jak and Daxter game made by Insomniac.
It's all like, it'd be some like, some part of me would feel like this isn't right. Here we go. We have environments. There we go.
I mean, Insomniac's gonna make a Jak and Daxter game before Naughty Dog does this, right?
Probably. Okay.
Because like Insomniac makes different types of games.
Yeah, they keep themselves all right. Can I not? Did it not?
I do think that like Uncharted I would like to see an Insomniac Uncharted if they ever did do it. It'd be neat because like
there we go.
Insomniac Uncharted would be like it'd be like because they know how to do Naughty Dog style set pieces. Like Insomniac can do that. They can.
Yeah, no, they've got. They've shown that they have a lot of talent over there to do a lot of different types of games, and are willing to do games of different types of tone. They did, what's the name of that game? That apocalyptic end of human. What was it? It was with the alien invasion, Resistance, Fall of Man. That was Insomniac, right? And that's a completely different tone than Ratchet and Clank, and some different tone from Spider-Man. Wait, they didn't do Spider-Man. I'm sorry.
They did do Spider-Man.
Yeah, that was them. They did Spider-Man, and like they can jump around with tone. And obviously, any game studio can do that. I'm not saying that Naughty Dog can't. I'm just saying that Naughty Dog doesn't seem to be their goal, so they're not going to do that. This file. I'm gonna pen some stuff like Tales of the House.
I do like the idea of Uncharted, being made by Insomniac though, because it'd be like playing like a lighter Uncharted game with like the same style of set piece and stuff. So it'd be like you're playing the older ones. So
Wait. On Insomniac making what? Uncharted?
If Insomniac made Uncharted, it'd probably be like a lighter kind of like more extreme, maybe like Uncharted.
I wonder if they would go crazy on graphics or just be more focused on gameplay loops and stuff, make it more arcadey.
Oh my god, what would an arcadey Uncharted be like?
I guess it would be something closer to... Who made Sunset Overdrive? Was it them?
Insomniac,
right. So, I'm thinking about those kinds of graphics, maybe? No, it would look better. It would look like more like Spider-Man, probably. But it would be like, I don't know, maybe more open. Like, you're coming... Kind of like the later levels of an Uncharted 4, where you had your big, wide open spaces that you could travel around in, but there wasn't very much to do.
They'd probably make it so that like you could probably move around a bit more fluidly, because Insomniac likes to do that.
Yeah, fluid motions. You're playing as, I guess, Nate and Ellie's kid, most likely. Or even you could be playing as Nathan Drake himself, if you wanted to. It doesn't really matter.
They would definitely get on that grappling hook action.
Say again?
They definitely get on that grappling hook action.
That messed up again. Say again, one more time.
They would definitely get on like that grappling hook kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, probably a grappling hook. Yeah, and then like use it to like fly around and stuff. Not fly, but like
they had like a parkour system to Uncharted, makes so you swing around on a rope. It'd basically be Spider-Man with guns.
Yeah, because they had a rope thing in the other Uncharted game, but they would just expand upon it. Spider-Man with guns, yeah, Gunder Man. And you'd just be like exploring the temples, and there'd be like these big open areas where you could climb around and do all kinds of stuff inside of them. I feel like that would be kind of sick.
You could like swing around on a rope, climb with like climb on rocks and walls. It'd be Spider-Man with guns.
If they made it less linear and like the climbing section's more interesting than just like getting from point A to point B, then yeah, no, I could totally see that being like a mechanic. It might not be as graphically crazy opulent as Uncharted games typically are, or Naughty Dog's Uncharted is, but I could see them like opening it up and just making a real fun.
I mean, that's the thing about Naughty Dog a lot of the time. Like Naughty Dog, I feel like a lot of their games, like they look great. Like Naughty Dog makes good games, but like it almost feels excessive how much detail they put into their game, which is part of the charm, but also like, why?
Well, yeah, like I'm gonna visit this level one time, and I guess they want to make that impression. Or like your Jeep sections in Uncharted 4, where you're going through the jungle. It's very pretty. It's just like, oh, this is awesome looking. But yeah, I'm not coming back here for anything.
That's the thing. I wish. Uncharted
also, being able to revisit levels is something that Insomniac
I would like an Insomniac Uncharted game that took inspiration from Tomb Raider and made it so you're in these big, wide open areas that have all these puzzles and stuff for you to solve, like actual puzzles and crap to do. Mm-hmm. In like these wide open spaces where like you're traveling from place to place and you get reasons to unlock, like to get treasure, or maybe you get new weapons and stuff like that.
Hey, Silver, how's it going, man? Just didn't see you there. Yo, is that the Christian O'Connell? And for the last year, it's been the one and only Spider-Man.
Yeah, Silver thinks my name sounds like a comic character.
I guess because it's almost alliterative, except for the O there, but I can kind of see it. But that's just Silver being Silver. How's it going, man? What's good? That's a dart. I'm just sitting here spinning my wheels. No, I'm gonna get some stuff down here in just a second. Just need to get some assets real quick.
I don't know why. I mean, part of it is that, like, I don't know if they actually are, because I don't play a lot of the Ratchet and Clank games. But, like, nothing about that series really ever seems to quite grab me, because they all look like they're, like... They look repetitive purely because every time I see a new Ratchet and Clank game, it looks like a Ratchet and Clank game, and the wherever they kind of look very, very samey. I don't know if they are.
I haven't been able to play any new Ratchet and Clank games. I wouldn't know that. I really want to play. I still do want to play Rift Apart, but I don't have the opportunity to play it. But the most recent stuff, they have fallen into a certain style. It looks like I didn't really like the remake, but for the movie game tie-in thing. But that's probably because it was just devoid of a lot of the stuff that made it
life,
like all of the life that makes Ratchet and Clank games, because it was very, very much a tie-in product rather than what the original was, which was just its own thing. And so they were trying to make it conform to new standards without having all of those new things that are in there usually. Ratchet did not have the same moveset in the first game that he does in later games. So I don't know. They're trying to make those things work together, and it didn't quite work out. And also, it wasn't particularly well made. I haven't really finished it. I haven't felt the need or want to finish it either. I haven't.
Because if you just play the original game and be playing a better version of it.
Did I not buy it? No, it was free. I think I got it. It didn't cost anything. I somehow got my hands on it. I don't recall paying for it, but then maybe I did, and it was just really cheap.
Honestly, though, I remember playing Sly Cooper when I was younger. I want a new Sly Cooper game.
Naughty Dog Sly Cooper.
Oh no.
Thievery. Thievery's in my family. It's hyper realistic. It's all brooding and sad and stuff and violent, just excessively violent. Carmelita Fox is like a dirty cop.
He's the villain of the story because he's a thief and he's morally gray.
Yeah. Carmelita Fox is a dirty cop with a smack addiction or something. Oh, I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking, Silver. I'm really trying to work on this, but I feel like this is not great fodder for a live stream. This is something that I would probably have to sit down and work on without too much talking or even distraction. But we'll see.
I mean, do you want to work on something else, or are you just gonna keep going with this and see where it goes?
I'm gonna see where I can get to. I'm probably not gonna spend the entire stream on it, because if I can't think of anything, rather than just ending the stream, I'll work on something else, so I don't feel like I've wasted my time.
I'm thinking this is one of those variable productivity live streams where the variable of productivity is slower than usual.
Yeah, well, that's the whole idea behind variable productivity, right? It's variable. It can be a lot, it can be a little.
I'm thinking I'm thinking about what's it though? Man, I was talking about this before, but I really want to see the Insomniac Spider-Man games really go ham on player control and lifting a lot of the restrictions that the player is forced into with the other games. Because I like Spider-Man PS4 and Miles Morales. They're really fun. They're really good, but I want more of a skill ceiling. I want that. I want them to lift that speed cap. I want them to make it so that you can actually run down walls instead of being forced to go up. Not have it be so automated. Maybe instead of having your wall run be a predetermined speed, maybe give it more of a momentum-based thing. We had momentum-based swinging. Why don't we just incorporate that into all of your moves?
Yeah. Momentum-based.
Because, you could be moving really fast with your swinging, and then as soon as you hit a wall and you try running up it, yeah, you keep moving, but your speed is, dropped in half because of the cap that's put on your wall running speed. And then, there's not much variety in swinging. You're either swinging or you're web zipping from place to place, which the only thing to really gain for a skilled player is to just get the upgrade where if you tap the jump button when you hit the thing that you zip to, you get a little burst of speed. And the timing is very generous. So as soon as you do that, you basically reach the skill ceiling. It doesn't take long. A lot of the gadgets are overpowered, making combat way too easy.
Hey, Jinxed.
Yeah.
I'm just saying hey. Okay, I see. The Lombax is messing around in the shader editor there. Okay.
How's the project going? That's what Milkman says.
It's going pretty well, actually. Also, welcome, Milkman. We have recently acquired some new programming talent, who have been hard at work working on working out the sort of way in which they're going to build mechanics for the game. So that's looking up on that particular front. They have asked me to help them out though with a sort of a test article for them to use as the level that we're trying to work on right now, and that's kind of what I'm beginning to do right now. Yeah, so things are looking up. We're there's a lot of things going on in the project at any given time, but I've sort of been focusing more heavily recently on the programming end of things because, you know, that is the game part. Obviously, we're putting out artwork and creating concepts and even writing up scripts, but, you know, it's really important to kind of get that sort of thing figured out. So you can see in the middle of the screen there is a little plane. It's got Tails in it. That's I'm going to be using him as a reference point for the size of things and the size of platforms and that kind of stuff. All of this stuff is subject to change, and I'm going to make sure that nothing is stuck together so that it can be moved around and manipulated by the programming team when they get their hands on these assets. Because we are still working on Tails' metrics, like how high he can jump and how he feels in the air and all that kind of stuff, how far he can fly, how long his stamina lasts. So that's what I'm going to be working on today. I'm going to try to focus on that, and we'll see how far I get. I'll at least try to start doing the code, and we'll see where things go from there. I'm not going to do any grading of the land. I'm just going to kind of put blocks where they should be and kind of ramps and stuff like that. That's the goal. Right now, I'm looking for some assets, because Tails has a house model that we have had made. I just, for the life of me, can't remember where I put it. So that's what I'm doing right now while people talk. By the way, okay, so you're asking another question. Have you heard of the poll from 2005? Apparently Sega wanted to give games to other characters if Shadow did well. Oh, no, I've definitely heard of that. Yeah, Tails has a little house model.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, everyone talks about these polls that happen where it's like, there was a poll that Sega did where they wanted to see if they wanted more Sonic game spin-offs, or there was a poll that picked the levels from Sonic Generations that fans did. I have never seen, and no one has ever been able to, like, actively track down, because I think either no one has tried or no one has actually been able to find data of this poll ever existing.
Yeah, I mean, it may have, but these things happen all the time without, like, knowledge of him. You know how there's like this character enemy in Kingdom Hearts 1 called Kurt Zisa? It comes from a name in game sweepstakes that was Kingdom Hearts was doing before it came out. And like, how in the world was I supposed to ever know that existed, right? First of all, I wasn't a fan of Kingdom Hearts before it came out. Who was, right? Couldn't have been. But then also, like, how do you find out about these sweepstakes? Who do you have to know? Is it in a magazine? What magazine am I reading? Are they going to put these things online ever? Probably 2005, it probably was through a magazine. Or a mail-in thing. Like, oh, mail in your votes for which characters you want to see in Sonic. They probably still do it by mail, and that's why no one's heard of it. Saying is like, yeah, just mail it. It'll travel by boat to Japan, where we'll tally the results.
Oh man, I'm thinking about like what I was thinking about with Spider-Man and stuff though. I want to get into Horizon so bad because I love its world and its like aesthetic and crap. Like, it's so cool, but its gameplay is just really dull and uninteresting to me.
Well, you can watch the cutscenes and look at lore videos if that's all you want to do with it. Because the video game it's fun for what it is, and if you don't play a lot of open world games at all, then it's perfectly serviceable. I don't play a lot of open world games, and I like the lore, but I am aware of the limitations of the way the game is made. The storytelling is kind of wonky, especially since it requires you to go through dialogue trees rather than telling you the story diegetically. That's not the right word. But, like, you know, telling you the story of all the characters that you interact with without doing dialogue trees.
Like, I would love a Horizon game where you're just not that important and you're just some person that's, like, just exploring this open world and you, like, find different tribes of people. Like, it's not like this is the objective, these are the story, these are the characters. Like, you just kind of explore crap. and just feel it, like kind of a Breath of the Wild kind of thing. I'd love that. Being open to explore this world and piece together the lore of what happened, or just have like crap never be explained, but you just see it and it looks really cool.
I'd like it to be explained. That's like part of the point of this sort of stuff. But it could be done that way, I suppose. But that's like that's a whole different game. I guess there's a game called, well, if you have your, what's it called? PlayStation VR 2, you can play Horizon Call of the Mountain. And it's a first-person experience where you don't play as Aloy. You're just some guy. It's also, once again, first-person and a VR game, so your mileage...
Yeah, no. I'm talking about, like, I want a Breath of the Wild style Horizon, which sounds redundant, but like Breath of the Wild, the way Breath of the Wild and Horizon handle their open worlds are very different. Breath of the Wild is a lot more free for the player to do what they want and piece together what they want to do. Horizon is a lot more hand-holdy than Breath of the Wild is. And I'd like if Breath of the Wild just kind of, or if Horizon just like let go of that. Like that sense of like, this is the direction you're supposed to go in. I would like if they lifted that and just let you explore this really intricate world that they constructed and just let you go through it.
I tried Zelda Breath of the Wild, and I did not get that far, says Milkman. Well, fair enough. This game is not going to be open world at all, in the slightest. It is going to have very specific levels that are going to be open and available to explore, but they are not going to be contiguous. You will play in a level and then leave the level when you are done with it. And when you leave it, you can decide to leave it or you can walk out the exit. It's going to be kind of more or less a hub and level system is what we're looking for this game, than open world. Earlier versions of this project, before I was director, were like supposed to be open world, but open world is very difficult to develop for, and also hard to make fun if you don't know what you're doing, and as first-time video game makers, we certainly don't know what we're doing. So, we're going to try to keep it concise and compact as possible. Yeah. Let's see here.
Oh man, I'm thinking like Sonic Frontiers seems open world-ish. It is going to be an open world with levels.
Yeah, it's gonna be open world, open zone. That's
a marketing.
I hold that because it's different places to go to, and even open worlds that do have different levels in them.
Sonic Front. I remember Nim Sony again talking about the structure of the game and how they're advertising it as this brand new experience, and there's not a lot of stuff to compare it to. Like they're really far up their rectum with that. It's like, kind of, what's it? He described it, and he's like, you go around the open world collecting objects in this more open space that's based on a level. Like, it's a level-based open space with level elements where you collect objects in the open world to unlock more focused levels where then you can collect other things to change the open space to unlock more levels. Like every Collectathon 3D platformer from the mid-90s.
Yeah, no, I think it's never been done in a Sonic game before. We'll see how well that works. With a character that runs as fast as Sonic does. I still would probably, I feel like if I buy the game, I'll probably find most of my enjoyment not in the open world, but in the levels that are like straightforward Sonic levels, even though they're the virtual world thing, just because, it's just it's just better for that, I think. I don't know. I can be convinced, but I don't think I'm going to have to change my mind much.
Sonic, here's the thing, I am convinced at this point, based on the footage that they have shown, Sonic could work in an open world if you do it right, but this Sonic is not fit for an open world. That will not be fun.
I know. Yeah, well, we'll see.
Based on the way Sonic controls.
Animations, Donix. Ugh, where are my resources? Is this it? No, it's not. Ugh. There's no thing for assets. Like, I don't have an assets folder. Let's see here. Sonic Frontier seems open world-ish. Yeah, no, that's what they're gonna do. That's what they're saying, and that's what it's supposed to be. And
it's what Sonic will be for the next 10 years, unless people don't like it and it doesn't sell well.
Well, it'll be the next. If it doesn't sell well, it's gonna be what Sonic is for the next 10 years, because it will be the last Sonic game for the next 10 years. Not gonna make anything else.
And then they'll spend 10 years making the next game, and then like 4 months before the game comes out, it'll be 30% done.
You see, we had a lot. We had a lot of work to do on the back end to make sure that the experience was as playable as possible. Fun? No, playable. I didn't
like at a certain point. It starts to feel like a lack of competence.
Wow.
Like you're either not good at this, or Sega has very unreasonable deadlines. And I think it's both.
Okay, I need to calm down. Seems
Are you excited for that Sly Cooper movie?
That's never going to come out because the
I know. I'm scared.
they released a trailer around the same time that they were talking about doing the Ratchet and Clank movie, and then when that movie came out and people did not like it, they're like, "Look, you know what, Rainmaker Studios, we're going to have to take a rain check on that one."
So we got a really bad Uncharted movie. And we're getting a Last of Us TV show, and I think they're making like a Jack and Daxter movie.
Are you making that one up?
I'm not.
Who said that they're making a movie about Jack and Daxter?
Was it Jack and Daxter? It was one of their older IPs, I think. They're making a movie about it. It wasn't Uncharted, it wasn't Last of Us. I don't think it was like Horizon or anything, or God of War. It was like a movie based on one of their like older IPs. I think it was Jack and Daxter. I think.
Interesting.
How would you feel if we actually got that?
How would I feel if we got a Jack and Daxter movie?
It was a Jack and Daxter movie, that's right.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay.
I think this is happening. Wow. I'm like 90% certain.
Well, as long as it's in the style of the game and like is completely CG, I can watch it. Like I feel like that might be fun.
No, Jack and Daxter are gonna get sucked through a portal and they're gonna live in Montana.
They're gonna live in New York. I was playing that game recently. Jack and Daxter? Yeah. No, that would be terrible. Just a bad idea. And
although it could give them an excuse to make a new game.
But it would be a tie-in game. Of course, if it wasn't a tie-in game, it was just like a game. If the movie came out and was successful and people liked it, they're like, "Oh, we're making a new game," and it's not exactly the same thing. Obviously, this is me being exceedingly optimistic. But it's like, pin this real quick. Oh, this house is way too darn big. Tails isn't that big. It needs to be scaled down. Okay, finally. After about an hour of streaming, I have finally moved something into the scene. Oh. Tails is 90 centimeters tall. This house should be maybe about 3 meters tall. At most.
But yeah, no, a Jack and Daxter movie.
3 meters seems like too much. We'll friggin' see, man. Rotate the axis about 90 degrees.
Are you excited for Uncharted 2?
What, they're re-releasing it or something? Oh, the movie,
no,
not the game.
No, the movie.
Uncharted 2, undoubtedly my favorite game in the entire series so far. Like nothing has really, in my mind, captured the majesty of Uncharted 2 yet, which is kind of sad, but also to be expected, I guess.
I'm thinking like Uncharted 2, the movie, eh. The Last of Us, I remember them showing the Last of Us TV show, and of course it has to be about retelling the story of Ellie and Joel instead of,
Anything else? Could
yeah,
be
like
making them about
anything.
different people entirely, just living through the apocalypse. Nope.
Yeah, no, that would be interesting because it wouldn't make you feel like you're experiencing the game again, but with one element of what made it unique stripped away.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm kind of saddened to hear that because, like, the world of The Last of Us certainly can bear some exploration, but like, there's not a whole lot we can do out with the Ellie and Joel storyline, which makes sense why they sort of made the sequel game about something else. It's like I think we've mined those depths for all that they're worth. Apply that. Their story was effectively over at the end of the first Last of Us game. So it's like, yeah, that was the story of how these people came together and developed a strong relationship and bond, and then like that's over now. Next story is about, I don't know, maybe the foundation of the Fireflies. That might be interesting. Why do they exist? How did that get started? Maybe more stuff about how the world fell apart rather than the post-apocalypse. Because if I wanted to watch a show about post-apocalypse and people trying to survive and zombies, I'd watch The Walking Dead. That show's plenty long. It's got a lot of show if I wanted to see all of that.
I mean, sure, it falls off the face of the earth at some point, but it's
Sure,
like
it does. Because anything that goes that long will do that. Because there's only so much. You can't make it interesting forever.
But the beginning of the show is really cool.
Oh, yeah. The beginning of Last of Us is really cool. That was great. You're just sort of like going through the town as it falls apart. Only thing they could have made that better. Well, actually, no, they couldn't have made it better. It was great. It was perfect.
They could have made a show that's like based on different groups or factions, or like
Yeah, they could have.
maybe a world where humanity's just kind of gotten completely used to it and they're not really maybe even a threat.
That's the
Or
story
like-
of what's it called? The story of Daisy, not Daisy, not Daisy at all.
World War Z.
World War Z. It's kind of like humanity just kind of got used to the zombies. They never got rid of them. They just started living with them because there was nothing they could do. They're like, well, we're getting rid of them as we can, but they just seem to be here. Okay, so that's Tails' house. That's this house. Okay, great. So that puts this right around here. This is going to be the beach area, I'm guessing. We have some really cool concept art for this area, and I'm going to be referencing both of them. They're not exactly the same, but there's a lot of good stuff there, and I will show you what I mean in a moment here. The Lombax, excellent artist. Oops. So I'm not going to be creating this today, by any means. I'm going to be making sort of what I was talking about, like an outline, sort of, that sort of mimics this sort of layout, but also remembers that it's supposed to be a game. Because concept art is good to get a mood or a feeling of what the art should look like, what the coloring should be like, and all that kind of stuff. But the actual levels layout is going to be another story altogether. And that's going to be closer to this, because this is the beginning area, so there's not going to be a whole lot of stuff in it. So that's me just sort of explaining to anyone who might still be watching. Yeah, PJ, it's awesome. Is this like Tails Adventure 2? Sort of, but not really, Milkman. It's kind of a spiritual sequel. We're going to be taking some themes and inventing some new ones, and just sort of like taking characters and certain motifs from the original game. Obviously, the title being the biggest part of that, the Battlebirds being the bad guys, and the fact that Tails is the main character. And then we're going to be running with it, kind of doing our own thing with the story. Yes. I heard the first Uncharted movie didn't do that well. It did fine internationally, which is why they're probably going to make a sequel to it. Or definitely will make a sequel to it. But the movie itself was not great. No, it was bog standard action movie flick. Not even like good summer blockbuster stuff. It's that stuff that comes out in February. Because they know they're not going to make a lot of money on it. They just want to get it out there and get it over with. Like Artemis Fowl! Actually, To be fair, Uncharted as a movie was better than the Artemis Fowl movie by a lot, which is amazing that I could say that. But comparatively speaking, one of them knew what it was supposed to freaking be, and the other one was like, I trust no portion of the established lore. Let's just make some stuff up. Okay, so we got the house. The house is all one piece now. I am so sorry, you guys. It's taken this long to get to this point because I don't know, man. I didn't realize my filing system was this bad. Just move it down that way. But it is. It's that bad. So there's gonna be a river, but I'm hesitant to actually make any sort of river geometry or anything like that because there's just no point. We're gonna have Tails' house on kind of like a hill thing. I'm gonna make that with make a cube. Cause I'm not even sure if that's how we want it, but we're gonna leave it to be manipulated and played with by the programmers. So I'm gonna make every piece of ground or something like that movable, so that they can reconfigure it how they need it. But I'm gonna start using the concept art as a basis. So you're putting items into place today? Kinda, yeah. I'm just sort of doing a white box or a sort of a gray box, since it has art assets in it, of what the level can be. This was something that was requested by the programmers. They were like, "Oh, could you make a like a version of what you want things to look like?" And we'll just sort of move from there. And like I still plan to work with them on creating action blocks, which are like small snippets of stages to test out mechanics, so we can really fine-tune the capabilities of Tails and that kind of thing. But this was something that was requested, like a little gray box to kind of give some point of reference for where they're going to be putting everything. So that's kind of what I'm going to be doing. That's what I'm doing now. So I'm building the house, and then I'm going to make a little bridge. I'm probably going to have to color a lot of this stuff because it seems to be without a lot of reference. But I know I've got some things that I can bring in, like assets. I finally found the folder where all that stuff was located, so that was good. Tails. I don't need any of these right now. Those are buildings. We got some foliage, though. We got some trees. Got these trees. This tree is definitely too big. I mean, not too big, it's big. Let's scale this down a little bit. I think it's even got a little animation. Yeah. Did I make that animation? I think it's just like a simulated animation. It's not like something that anyone planned on making. Anyway. Yeah, that seems about right. And there's just gonna be some trees around here. Alright, let's see here. Will this game have cutscenes? We do plan for there to be cutscenes in the game, yes. There's gonna be cutscenes. We have like a script written out for those cutscenes. We're working on how those are gonna get implemented in the games. Recently, our programs were asking us like, "How are you gonna do that?" And I didn't know. Like, oh, well, we didn't think about that really. We had some plans for like, what are those things like talking head cutscenes for the simpler kind of cutscenes because we don't want to overtax our animators. Should we, like, we're actively recruiting for new animators, by the way, but like we don't want to give them too much to do or like put too much on them. So we figured that some of the cutscenes will be kind of like talking heads type things where you can see their face of the character, and it'll be like dialogue over that. We thought that might be a good compromise. There's gonna be fully animated cutscenes. We plan to have those in our demo when we put that out again. There's no time on the
fully animated stuff. It's like, hey, this is a treat. Hopefully, it's like, hey, you made it to this point in the game. Now it's more important, so get the full animated thing, you know.
Oh yeah, like, hey, you got this far. Here's a cool animation, and also, really add that prestige to make it feel like, yeah, wow, this is a serious production. And that's like one of the other goals of it.
Yeah.
So yeah. The programmers know what they need. Good for you. Yeah. And I intend to provide them everything they need. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything else.
Oh, okay. Didn't want to cut you off there, just in case you had. Let's see here. There's gonna be a river here. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna. I said I wouldn't do this, but take a little dip here. That can't hurt anything, right? Doesn't have to be exact either. It's just gonna be like. There we go. Grab along the x-axis.
What's crack-a-lacking?
Hey, how's it going? Just doing a little work here. Welcome to the chat, everybody. The guy Silver, or
Hello.
Daddy Silver, as he calls himself now.
Oh, no, left on in front of the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a secret. Given that it is your... Nope, it's still the guy Silver. Never mind, I was going to say. Excuse me. Well then.
Well then.
I do believe I've learned something today. Martha, file that one away. Scale that though. X-axis, move this over here.
Oh, excuse me.
Just doing a little work here. Had a programming meeting not too long ago, and they asked for a layout of the level. So that's kind of what I'm doing.
That's what you're working on.
Mm-hmm. They were like, oh, we want to introduce the water physics and whatnot. Or not water physics, but like the water stuff. They just want to have all these things to play with, so they will have those things. I will make sure they have what they need.
The world live.
Yes. So that's where I'm putting Tails down here to also measure how deep the water will be, I suppose. Using Tails as like a measuring rod. Therefore, actually, this house is too small based on that. Or maybe not. Just pull it up. That should be high enough. Theoretically, Tails should be able to fit through that. It could probably stand to be a little bit bigger than. You're supposed to be actually be able to go inside the house. We drew up an interior of it as well, so.
Yeah.
Pull that up a little bit. Yeah, it's fine. We'll say that that's its house size. And well, you know what? I'm gonna Control A. I'm gonna apply the scale, so that's just how big his house is, and also, yeah, Tail is also the way he's supposed to be already. He's supposed to be 90 centimeters. He's a little bit taller than that, apparently, though.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't care. It's close. It's 1.6 meters. It's not that close. That's a full 16 centimeters taller than he's supposed to be. Oh, I don't know how that happened. Anyway, what's the word? Close. Good enough for government work. So there's that. There's the overlook thing, and then there's gonna be a little drop off. Alright. Little beach type thing. I don't know if I should add the water. Probably shouldn't. I'll let them do that. Okay. Bridge. There's a bridge that goes over the river, and that's where this is gonna be. Towards a kind of a little. What would you call that? It's a waterfall, huh?
You streaming this in chat? No, you're not. Okay.
I'm not. I could. In fact, that might make it easier if you guys want to provide input.
The only thing is, I'm more worried it may cause your stream to go.
I should be fine. Oh.
Right, let's have a look. Excuse me, I'm just laying in bed. Right. So I'm assuming, is the one on the right Katon's art?
Huh? The one on the left. Both of these are actually the Lombax's artwork. The Katon art is it did influence the way this one ended up looking. This is the most recent one right here.
I was gonna say it's very Katon looking.
Yeah, this is the Lombax sort of taking on the artistic cues, because Katon drew the initial concept art for this area with the purple rock faces and the grass and stuff on top of that. And the Lombax adapted that into her drawing for this one, which looks very nice.
Oh, the rainbow! That's pretty.
Oh yeah, no, that'll be nice. I'm pretty sure it won't be too hard to implement either, considering it'll just be a 2D texture with a transparency. You can just have it like floating right there. This right here is actually modeled. This is based on the model. This is a paint over of the actual demo level that we ended up having, with a few more details.
Yes.
So what I'm doing is I'm kind of conforming these things. I'm taking the layout that is more like, visible here, and then I'm going to be sort of using this as like an art reference. This is just something for the programmers though, so they don't need full art pass. They're just going to get a sort of a layout based on what this looks like, essentially.
Okay.
Let's scale this in, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Oh, excuse me.
Milkman asks, looks amazing so far. Wonder if the robot from the Game Gear game will make an appearance.
The robot from the Game Gear game. Are you talking about the Mole Mech, perhaps, by any chance?
No, he's talking. Sorry, remote control robot.
Oh, you're talking about Tails T-Pup.
Oh, yeah. So we're thinking of a variation of that.
Yeah.
And it may not be T-Pup.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're playing with ideas from the original game, and that might end up in there. Still early days.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it'll be of some form of variation. Tails will be able to remote control something, we think, right now.
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
So
maybe for certain puzzles, like make it go through with like a tube and enter a secret area to press a couple of levers, maybe avoid some obstacles and stuff like that. To press a button that'll activate like a bridge or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. Yeah, definitely. It's hang on.
I overheard you earlier, before I went out to eat some pizza. You were talking about Artemis Fowl, and it made me think, okay, Artemis Fowl, the movie, would be a lot better. Just inherently, even if nothing else changed. If it was, for whatever reason, just like Artemis Fowl was played by an adult, and it was played by the same guy with the same energy as that kid from Shark Boy and Lava Girl that plays Linus.
The have him
You know
expelled! That kid?
Yeah, no, the guy that's like, hand over the book. Mr. Electric, send him to the principal's office and have him expelled!
That's the reference I was making, yeah. I know the kid
Yeah.
you're talking about. And have him expelled! Let's tax forthwith! Right the freak now! Okay.
And when I go back to the teapot thing real quick. So
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier with the whole going through like secret areas because they did. It reminded me of. So in the third Harry Potter game, at least in the PC version,
Mm-hmm.
One of Hermione's gimmicks was it was transfiguration, and you could turn the statue into a real life bunny rabbit, and you would hop around. Like you could hop around Hermione and stuff. We could also go into secret areas, get some Bertie Bott's beans, maybe find a secret magic card, and like activate some stuff and help with the puzzle and stuff like that. So it's like a two-party thing.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I mean, the idea behind a like a puzzle element like that is to kind of expand gameplay and also give purpose. Some of them might be a little spoily for this particular conversation, obviously.
Oh yeah, and of course live on the stream.
But yeah, like I don't want to get too into it. We could totally talk about it when we're not streaming.
Fucking dies.
No, you gave away the main ending, the good ending.
Oh my god, I'm
Yeah,
so
you gave away
sorry.
the good ending.
I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
It just gets worse
See,
from
the
there.
bad ending is if Tails doesn't get all the emeralds. The battle
It's
version
getting worse all the time.
Yeah.
So he's just left to mourn the death of his friends for the rest of his life. That's the bad ending if you don't get everything. In the good ending, everyone dies. So Tails doesn't have to suffer.
Then the good ending.
Yes. Travel on the x-axis. Of course, we're joking. Tails is not going to have any friends in this game. He doesn't have any friends in reality.
He
so
has no friends. Oh god.
don't want to mislead you or anything like that. Anyway. I'm not actually trying to model this right now. I'm just sort of trying to create the boundaries.
Will this game have cutscenes? I think it will, won't it?
It will.
Yeah.
We answered that question, but what were you gonna say? Say it.
Well, I was gonna say, I remember back when I was on the writing team. To my knowledge, there were always cutscenes.
No, those are all supposed to be like internal logic. We don't let the player know what's happening with the story. Things will just happen and stuff will just change.
And stuff will just happen, just gone.
Like the levels will just like there'll be like the inkling that there's something happening with the story, but we will not let the player know about any of it. It'll just be like there's an invasion. You won't know why. You're just playing that there's an invasion. Seems like
You're
a bad
just
idea.
to do stuff on your own accord. Have fun with that. Hey, this is like a Mega Drive game. You didn't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, just things occurring and the
Hanging a level,
character-
right? Like, you play through Sea Salt, and then the next level, there's an invasion going on, everything's blowing up. Well, I guess that's happening now.
Yeah, I guess
And then you
it's-
deal with it.
And then you deal with it. The game is we don't want to hold the player's hand and give them any context or anything like that. Obviously that's extreme. Okay. Alright, so that's this area. Now there's
thinking
gonna be, I guess, a raised area here too.
Thinking about like stories and presentations and like games, I still think and could probably argue in my mind that Sonic 3 has the best like cohesive narrative and presented story in the entire franchise that doesn't really have any problems.
Hmm.
Are you banging on about Origins?
Yes.
No, I'm talking about Sonic 3.
Which has origin. Oh, you know, it's different. Okay, so there's gonna be like a hilly rise. It doesn't connect to that thing. It's gonna be its own thing. So it's gonna be. Let's put that right around here.
What's your favorite bad Sonic story?
Oh, let's take
I suppose we should talk about what my favorite good Sonic story is, and then work our way backwards. No, I'm kidding. From impossible to something. No, good. What were you gonna say? I'm sorry, I cut you off there.
No, I was saying, like, what is
No,
your...
Silver was gonna say something.
Oh, no, I was just saying, we got plenty to choose from.
Yeah, no, basically all the 3D games. So let's see, which one do you think is the worst?
You take that back, mister.
No,
I did
no,
not
I'm
raise
just
you
being
to
honest.
speak to heresy.
No, it's just
Oh,
true.
Goodness.
Milkman, this game will be on Cocoa Island in its entirety.
Yes, right. We are reimagining what Cocoa Island is, so it may not be what you know from the original game. That way we
Oh.
can keep things interesting.
It's a lot. It's a
Maybe,
lot.
maybe you
It's
should.
Cocoa Island.
That's how
It's
you
a lot
should phrase
more,
it in like
location.
the trailer, like it's like a Nintendo Direct. Cocoa Island has changed over the years, and it is not the same Cocoa Island you've known from before.
What's
Yeah,
what's the teaser comment for this? Like, you know, before the like in the Nintendo Direct, you know how they like to announce a game a little bit, like play a brand new adventure with Sonic the Hedgehog in this thing, you know.
No. It's what is it?
It's Trouble in Paradise.
Sonic
It's Tails
on a
Adventure,
brand new adventure starring Tails.
starring Tails.
That is
Oh
exactly
yeah,
how it would be. It
yeah.
was condescendingly impossible.
A brand new adventure in the Sonic the Hedgehog universe, starring Tails.
Join Tails as he wanders about Cocoa as he returns to Cocoa Island. after
Wanders.
15 years.
He wanders aimlessly around Cocoa Island, throwing bombs at people. A little murder hobo.
Oh my god.
Tails officially has a high-performance Sonic 3 according to Origins. That's just rewriting history. That's retroactive continuity, and it's fake news.
Yeah, this only connected only.
But like, what would you say is your favorite bad Sonic story? The one that's just like really entertaining to think about how bad it is.
My favorite bad Sonic story.
I don't know, man. Because I feel like I never really got to understand what the heck the story of Sonic the Hedgehog was about, you know, 06. Like, I don't know what happened, even though I was playing it. And I feel like it's because I was talking to you guys, and I'll never play it alone, so I'll never learn what the story was.
You can play it again.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just have to pay attention. Because I don't really know what was going on. So it doesn't count
Sonic's
in my
story
mind.
is a half-assed romance story. Shadow's is an existential crisis, and Silver's is fucking Sonic CD, but not.
Okay, so Silver is kind of like, what, Terminator sort of thing? Going back in time
Yes.
to change the past? I've got to
But
undo something.
Sarah Connor isn't the one he needs to kill. Oh my god!
Silver. Right. Right, so, oh no, it's like the Terminator story from the perspective of the Terminator, but then discovering that
Of a 14-year-old marshmallow Terminator.
Force Marshmallow Terminator. The softest Terminator there ever was.
Yeah.
I'm a twink!
I mean, wait. Here's the thing. Would you describe water? Because I'm thinking about the softest Terminator to exist. If the T-1000 can turn into liquid, wouldn't that be the softest Terminator? Like, would you consider liquid to be?
No,
It's a metal.
No, he would be the sloppiest.
He's just stealthy. The thing about and also water's not necessarily soft. It's just fluid, so you can get things through it. But it, like under pressure or with its weight.
Soft is something you can really. Well, I mean, you can feel water, but it's like something that's soft and brings you warmth in the chest, and it's like, yes, this makes me feel happy.
A wholesome Terminator does not exist, is what we're saying.
Why do they call it a soft drink?
Because it's not a hard alcohol.
Or fizzy.
No, soft drinks are they are fizzy. Like when they talk about soft drinks, they're talking about soda, usually.
Oh, I thought soft drink was just your orange juice, blackcurrant juice,
I just
like
apple
this is
juice.
juice.
Carbonated water isn't carbonated water a soft drink too?
I suppose, but I think soft drink really refers to it's not hard liquor or
Gonna
hard
kill
alcohol. It's not alcoholic is what they mean by soft.
So if it's not
You better-
alcohol,
you better get
you
him a
wouldn't
damn
describe
calculator.
water or milk as soft drinks.
I'm sorry, say again? Milk?
No,
Oh,
you
yeah,
wouldn't
milk.
describe.
You
Yeah,
better
no,
tap
you
in
wouldn't
my
describe
damn
Milk isn't
baby.
juice.
No, but it's a soft drink, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know if it would be
Got-
I don't
need
know.
a glass of
It's
milk.
not a hard liquor or a hard alcohol, so milk is a soft drink.
But it's not a. I mean, obviously, this is where
Then
definitions
what
get a
is
little
soda
bit.
then?
Soda.
Why is it different?
It's
Is
a
it
soft-
carbonated? Is that what
What?
determines a soft drink?
Soda is a soft drink, and I guess we could
Yes.
just look up what soft drinks
milk-
are.
It's
But instead,
maybe
we can have an
my
extra
definition is
pencil
wrong,
price here on
but I
Bible
believed
Stream and
soft drink
this.
definition. Yeah, a non-alcoholic drink, especially one that is carbonated. So that's literally it.
it says especially, but not that it is. So what does that like?
It could be anything, I suppose.
Which
Usually, a
includes
soft drink is a
cranberry
drink that
juice,
usually
malt
contains
juice.
water, a sweetener, and a natural and or artificial flavoring. So that's what
Oh my god.
Wikipedia says, which is not exactly the end-all be-all, but that is a definition of it. And if you think about it that way, milk isn't a soft drink because it does not contain an artificial sweetener. It's not water either. I mean, it does have water in it, but it's not. It's like a substance.
It's
that
naturally
comes,
produced.
yeah,
so.
it comes
Milk
out of
will-
an
Well,
animal.
milk is
Whoa.
dairy, but for the sake of argument,
It is dairy.
it
That's
comes
true.
to like if you had that as an optional drink at a party, and you got your hard liquor, you got your whatever, yeah, or you
That
got
fine
like,
milks.
juices and stuff,
You
and
just
milk
got
was an option.
milk?
Milk would technically come under soft drink, despite it being a dairy product.
Yeah.
I love that. I love the idea of you rocking up to a party and they got alcohol, they got liquor, and then you just got milk.
I'll take a hard milk. What's hard milk? It's fermented
I will
milk.
take,
It's so cheese.
I will take semi-skimmed milk, thank you.
Hard milk.
Milk.
Like Mike's
In a
hard
good
lemonade, but it's Mike's hard milk.
Oh man.
Alright.
It's like milk, but it's got like half a shot of whiskey in it.
According to Origins,
Do you call that whisk milk?
whiskey. Whisk
Wilt.
milk. Whisk milk sounds like some sort of like little treat for children. Welcome to Whisk. This is Whisk milk. It's milk. It's like little. It's a carton of milk. It's like a little box, like a jute box that has milk, like Nesquik or
Oh no, it'll either be Wilsk
Swiss
or
Miss.
or Milky.
Soda
Miss-
is carbonated with flavoring soft drink and caffeine sometimes. Milk is dairy, true, says PJ Squared. Thank you for helping us with the definitional discussion that we've been having. I don't always trust milk, though. Just got used to the name and never changed it.
Oh my god, I love that. That's my favorite sentence. I don't always trust milk.
Well, it depends on the cow. Is the cow's been ill or not?
Did the cow have a past of substance abuse? These are things that you want to ask, before you just start drinking milk willy-nilly.
Also, for the love of God, make sure it's labelled in case you accidentally drink breast milk.
Yeah, that's
If our milk
I'd rather
is
not.
always white, then how is there chocolate milk?
That's an excellent question. That I feel like you're asking that question the way Katon would ask it. I don't know why. Maybe because it's a yell. It's a yell.
Maybe Cadbury's has like hybrid chocolate with cows and has bred like a whole breed of like chocolate cows, and they melt
The
after a
cocoa
day.
cow.
and-
That's
A
actually
Cocoa cow, yes.
Cocoa Island is famous for its cocoa cows. I've just added that
Oh,
to the
no.
lore.
It
No.
gives you the best. It gives you the best in chocolate milk ever. We're still trying to understand how they naturally produce chocolate milk.
They don't naturally produce chocolate milk, you muppet.
He knows that.
I know he knows that, but I'm still going to call him a muppet regardless.
Why are they called
Fair enough. The
cocoa
Muppet was
cows?
just okay. I see. That's just a thing. You just be calling him Muppet. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm just calling you a muppet.
Hey, Muppet.
Ah, yo, muppet.
I'm thinking like.
Calm down,
but
you
if
Muppet.
it's how does a cocoa cow make non-cocoa milk?
Well, it won't, will it?
It doesn't. It
Cocoa
only makes
milk.
cocoa milk. That's the milk that it makes.
Or
Cocoa
it makes
milk.
chocolate milk.
Because it's a chocolate breed of like cow. Like it's a literal chocolate cow. It's made out of
No,
chocolate.
then why is it a chocolate cow?
Milk is a cow's blood. Thank you very much for that. Milkman, you're right. You're absolutely. He's the one who knows about these things. Milkman, it's in the name.
Milk
Hold
is
on, we got
chocolate.
someone in the
Wait,
chat
wait,
called
so when you
Milkman.
milk a cow,
Milkman
whatever,
1032
one out
Gaming,
of
yes.
their nipple.
Milkman,
Milkman sounds like a Beano character.
I mean, a beet. Okay, so chalky milk because you're epic, and because we can't make any other kind, says Chris.
So what about strawberry milk?
Well, that is a milk from
I
a breed
guess
of cow that was
before strawberries
cross-pollinated
in the
with
morning, you squeeze the
strawberry.
high hell. Oh well.
Oh no! Are you saying that it's blood? Because that happens.
I mean, that was what said.
Strawberry
Milk blood.
juices.
So when we milk a cow, we're squeezing blood out of their nipples, like a profuse amount of blood.
Oh, that genuinely makes me heave.
Well,
Oh,
you see, you're
God.
not supposed to milk a cow that much because that does happen. If you over milk your cow, it'll
If you're
start
milking
bleeding.
a cow that hard, you may as well put it into a bloody compactor.
Oh, I don't think that. I feel like there's a couple steps between abusing your cow slightly and then putting it into a compactor.
Well, if you're gonna make it suffer that much, you might as well. Not that I approve of the method.
Yep,
Well, maybe
now
you
you
might
get
as
it.
well.
Milky blood. Oh, milky blood,
Milky blood's not
milky
freaking
blood,
edgy indie game.
radioactive milky blood. It's the Spider-Man theme, if you guys remember the Spider-Man.
Milky blood,
In my
milky
mind, that
blood,
creates
radioactive milky blood.
That creates an alternate universe version of Spider-Man where he was instead infected by radioactive.
A radioactive cow?
No, radioactive milk.
Oh.
Milky blood.
Radioactive milk of indistinct origin. So he doesn't know what kind of theme he's supposed to go with. Like, is it a cow? Was it human milk? Was it perhaps any other mammalian milk, perhaps? You don't know. You'll never know.
My cow senses.
I mean, it's
My
like,
calcis.
it's just like
My
it's
calcium
like, hey,
senses.
what would a milk version of Spider-Man be? Like, it depends on where the milk came from. You're right. What powers would he possess? Unless it was still spider powers, in which case that's very
Spider
questionable.
milk? Spider milk. Oh, that's gross. Spider-Man 2 milk.
And he rides a tractor in the battle.
Oh, instead of a motorcycle?
So he's like holding all the traffic up, and it's like, I'll be there soon, son. I'll be there in my tractor.
That's the reason Uncle Ben died. He couldn't get to him in time.
Yeah.
Because
No,
the
Uncle Ben
tractor was
like,
slow.
Thrown into the... No. Uncle Ben was actually thrown into the wood chipper in the
Oh,
farm.
boy. Oh. By a
It's
criminal?
all-
Just on
oh,
accident.
Like,
DC
we're-
levels of dark here, son.
So there's a version of Peter Parker on some Earth. Okay. Well, what's a good Earth number in the comic canon? What's a good Earth number for
I don't
Milk
know.
Spider-Man?
You know?
Well, I don't know. What's a good number associated with milk?
Well,
Vitamin... Actually, wait. Milk. Vitamins. This will
Like,
give me
I
an
was gonna say,
idea.
you're the Marvel buff here.
B3. The universe will be B3. Or
Okay.
B2.
3000.
So on Earth B30000, we have
Or B12, whichever.
we have a version of Spider-Man that grew up on a farm, a dairy farm,
In New
with
York.
his Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Yes.
Downtown.
I mean, I know it's possible. He lives in New York. He's just not in the city. He's on a dairy farm.
Fair enough, those
upstate.
exist. There are farms in New York, that's true. Acting like it's impossible or something. Uncle
Yeah,
Ben
no,
died
so,
from
like-
calcium deficiency.
So wow. So wow. So
Uncle Ben,
so-
what happened? They took away my calcium.
I couldn't get any calcium. Oh, my
Oh, but no,
goodness.
but it has to be his fault at some point. So he has to like. Well, how would
Yeah,
how would it
he
be
was supposed to milk the cow that day to provide milk for Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben died because Peter Parker went out, I don't know, to fight and do something else, right? He
He
went
got
out.
some radioactive milk and decided
His responsibility
to-
was to provide milk, and he didn't do it, and that's why Uncle Ben died. So with great calcium comes great responsibility, you know? And Peter Parker didn't rise to the challenge.
yeah. So now he spends his days as Milkman, going around with his spider-themed powers,
Mhm.
really weirdly labeled, but he has spider-themed powers where he shoots milk. He like like instead of web, he like actually shoots milk, but it like hurtles
Hopefully
like
out of his...
immediately. after
Okay,
hitting his
so it's
body.
like cheese webs.
Yeah.
He's all about pizza, you know? It's like his side job. Instead of being a reporter, he's a pizza boy. He makes the pizza.
He makes pizza with his wrist cheese.
Milk Peter Milk Time job. Okay, job employee. You're late. Milk time. He had the power to give him milk with his new power, but decided to sell out to Gallickers. And then
I
he
got a
hoarded
question.
them.
Will his milk come from his wrist or from his nipple?
It will come from his wrist.
His wrist.
Yeah, it's got to be from there. Otherwise, it's not Spider-Man.
Things. He can shoot cheese web, but like
Yeah.
how's he stick?
Oh, that's not that. Oh, that would smell rancid.
Well, not at first. It would be kind of nice, and then it would turn into brie all of a sudden.
Ooh. It'd be like horrible. Would it be natural cheese or would it be like that horrible squirty cheese?
Oh, your Cheese Whiz? Well, it would probably come out like Cheese Whiz, right? And then it would solidify into something else.
I'm
Oh,
imagining. Hear me
right.
out. Oh my god. Okay. I'm imagining that there's an issue like this is a comic series,
Uh-huh.
and it's like a comedic issue where he has to deal with an impersonator that's using like Cheese Whiz, and he feels insulted by that. Okay?
I never. He uses Cheese Whiz? The barbarian.
I want pictures of Milky Man.
Of Milkman. Would he call himself Spider-Man? You said he still had spider powers, but would he be Spider-Man or Milkman? I want
The
pictures of
Milky
Milk.
No, it'd be Spider Milk.
Spider Milk. Right. Spider Milk. Spider Milk. Radioactive spider pill.
So what would his Rogues Gallery be? Like,
Well, you probably have the same villains because it's the same universe. The only thing that's different is him. So he'd be fighting Dr. Octopus, be shooting milk at him.
It's like normal ass Doc Ock or Green Goblin, but he's just a milk Spider-Man.
Yeah.
He defeats the power of cheese.
Nothing is different. I guess Venom would be a bit different because that's like kind of
Yeah, he would inherit, like the symbiote would inherit milk-producing
Oh,
powers.
he would
Yeah.
reek of cheese. Oh, and okay, so at work,
Venom
the killer-
smells like
the
cotton
killer
cheese.
reeks of dairy, and it's the most it's the most.
to your
makes me
point,
wanna
Chris.
gag.
Chris is saying though that means Manhattan would be covered in aging Swiss from when he swings around all the time. It's all.
I mean, who says he's in
green
Manhattan?
mold.
He's in upstate New York. He's a suburban milkman.
But I don't. Okay, so one of the great things about the downtown and New York City, and that kind of thing, or Manhattan and all that kind of stuff, is the fact that there's a lot of tall buildings for him to swing from. Upstate New York is mostly flat land and trees.
Yeah, you got like 2-story buildings at best.
It's like
Unless you're like in a hospital.
yeah, there's like that's one of the problems with Spider-Man being anywhere else. There's not a lot of places for him to go. Now, of course, if we go on normal canon where he made web shooters because that was a decision that he made, rather than it's just some ability that he gets from being bitten by a radioactive spider, then he would just adapt a different solution. He would be like, all right, I got milk powers. But that's why, I guess, the milk comes out of his wrists, and that's why it wouldn't matter where he was. He can just stop small-time criminals in upstate New York by shooting milk at their cars, gumming up their wheels and, like, damaging their engine blocks by shooting milk into them and waiting for the cops to arrive because he can't fight.
Oh man, imagine that. Just like your Spider-Man, but instead of like spraying out cheese, he just sprays out milk.
It's just
And
like a milk slick. Whisk. Wilson Fisk would be Filson Wish for whipping that
No,
milk
Filson
into
Whisk.
delicious cake.
Whipping that
Whisk.
booty.
Filson Whisk. I'm about to make cake out of this, Spider-Man.
And you can call him Whisk instead of Fisk.
Yeah.
He's Whisk.
Just fall into hell.
It's over, Fisk. Give it up. Not today, Spider-Man. Or whatever. Actually, Spider-Milk. Right, that's his name.
Oh
Already
my
messing
god,
it
no!
up.
I'd imagine like Filson Whisk in the Milkman or the Spider Milk universe would have like he'd be like super strong, but he'd be like modeled after a bull. Like he'd be like really
yeah, like a bull. Yeah, I feel like any character that's strong, you got the bulls, you got the I think Black
So he
Cat
would-
can
so
stay
he
the
would
same because
basically be-
cats and milk and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
but
cats like milk. I mean, that's the place
the ball
out.
from Darkwing.
yeah, it still works. What did you say?
I said he'd basically be the bull from Darkwing Duck.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
I mean, that's more or less that's the character he was based on. He was based on the Green Bid, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Possibly, I don't know. And would that make the Green Goblin the Green Piggy?
Well, okay. We're basing him on farm animals, then, I suppose. I suppose, yeah. Why not? I mean, dairy cow villains. Things that obviously Goblin has nothing to do with spiders, so that doesn't matter. But I guess maybe it's Halloween themed.
I mean, he could be the green. I mean, Rocket House said he could be the green mold.
The green mold, I see. It is I, the green mold. I thought he was saying something entirely different. Green Goblin is, okay, green mold. And he's like, I'm here to corrode your cheese and milk.
Get rid of my mold farm.
It's not just green molds. He can make all kinds of molds. He's got fungal powers. Or mold powers. They're different. But
yeah, he tried to make the greatest the greatest milk in the industry and tested it on himself and accidentally made him into the green mold.
never-ending cheese. He was going to solve world hunger by giving people cheese, and it would back
There
them
you
up,
go.
and in a positive way, so they never get hungry. It just keeps making more cheese in your stomach, so you never get full. I mean, you never get hungry again.
Cholesterol's gonna jack up or something. But
Yeah, it would ruin your life. But the idea, that was what he was going to do. And the problem is, it infected his mind. And he became the cheese mold. Or the green goblin, not the cheese goblin, obviously. Green mold.
Cheese goblin.
The cheese goblin. His son is the
cheese goblin.
The cheese goblin. Because he's also really cheesy and punny. He makes a lot of one-liners. So he's cheesy in that way as well. Okay.
Yeah, no, so the cheese goblin, Black Cat is the exact same.
Right.
No changes.
Yeah, no change needed, no notes. Let's get some rocks in here.
Dr. Octopus, what would you turn him into?
So, Octopus, right? 8 arms. He's like a...
What about Dr. Cockerel?
Cockroach? A cockerel? Like a chicken?
Cockerel, yeah.
Like cock. I guess.
And they'll come trying to go cock-a-doodle-doo, spider milk.
Cock-a-doodle-doo, spider milk!
No, that would be the vulture. The vulture.
Oh, right, because he's already bird themed. Yeah. It's morning time in the barnyard, and you're... I don't know. You're late for flopping the pigs. I don't know.
Hang on, question. Would that make the Watcher...
Oscorp is Oscar Mayer? That's quite funny. What's up?
Would that make the Watcher the farmer?
The Watcher?
No. I mean, not everything. I mean, unless it's
He's
like
from
a
a different-
farm thing.
Aren't they from the outside of the universe, right? They're not affected by the universes that are different.
Oh, okay. So, okay.
He'd still be the Watcher. There's no Peter Porker version of the Watcher, is there? I don't think so.
Galactus would be the farmer.
The Harvester! Not farmer so much, but like a Grim Reaper type thing. He's coming to reap the planets of its milk.
Oh my god, so who's a Silver Surfer? Okay, if we got the Harvester coming to consume Earth. Who's the Silver Surfer?
The farmer is Nick Fury.
Nick Fury's the farmer. So, like,
I'm here to talk to you about the Barnyard Initiative.
Like the Silver...
Barnyard Initiative! Barnyard.
Oh my
Captain
gosh.
Barnyard.
Captain Barnyard.
And then you've got
Oh man.
Bull. And I don't know. And then Black Widow can technically still be Black Widow because you get spiders and bombs.
Yeah, pretty much every. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, like Charlotte.
Oh my
they call
god,
it
the Iron Rooster.
The Iron Rooster sounds like an enemy from our game. To be fair, Iron Rooster. But we already have the Iron Emu, so it's already taken. Iron Rooster. So Iron Rooster. That's based on what character?
Iron Man.
Oh, I don't know why I didn't pick up on that. Cock-a-doodle-doo, Peter Parker.
Cock-a-doodle-doo, Peter Parker.
Could you call War Machine? Could you call War Machine like
War Great Man.
like?
Wouldn't he just be like the shotgun, like the farmer shotgun?
The shotgun?
The shotgun. He's just a dude. He's not even a special superhero. He's just a man with a shotgun, like the Punisher. He's just, I'm the shotgun.
That's the Punisher.
Basically. The Quenchers. Oh, the Quenchers. If we can't save the Earth, we can damn well feed it. That's pretty funny.
Oh man, but yeah, no, if we got like the Harvester that's Galactus, like Silver Surfer, who's like Galactus' like messenger boy.
Yeah, the Harbinger.
The Harbinger.
Well, I was just saying that's what Silver Surfer is. He's a harbinger, letting people know that
So
the
the
guy's
Silver
coming. That's
Surfer
all.
would be the Border Collie, surely. The Border Collie, like the dog.
Oh, the little dog, the farmer's dog.
Yeah.
That's a dog food brand. Farmer's dog.
Would Squirrel Girl be the same?
Yeah, I guess you have squirrels on
Squirrel Girl
farms.
would be the same.
Yeah, her powers are pretty much. Yeah, they're just super. She's just super strong. I don't know. I think her powers are also magical, so it's not like she was bitten by a radioactive chipmunk or anything.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about like Wolverine.
Or would be a ram.
He'd be Ratatusk. He'd be a what?
Thor would be a ram.
A ram. Yeah, he's got the two Hrungir and the two whatever their names are. I read the Neil Gaiman book.
Loki isn't a horse.
Forgotten the
The
name
whole
of
thing
it.
was for nothing.
Loki. Oh, it'll all be for nothing if he's not a horse. I got you. I understand the reference. Fantastic Four food groups. Aha. Aren't there supposed to
So
be
like
some
you'd have the meat, the vegetable.
You've got the meat. That's the thing. He's the big meat guy. Meat.
So you got like
Meat.
Mr. Tomato,
Mr. Tomato.
Mr. Tomato, Miss Fish. I don't know.
So
Like
we want to do
the
it's
broccoli.
it's
And
categories,
the
right? So
thing.
it's vegetables, grains, meat, and dairy. I think. So it's like obviously I think there's supposed to be five, but
Actually, no.
It's
instead
the
of the
dairy.
broccoli,
Dairy
would it
would
the
definitely be
cheese?
like dairy would be the Human Torch, or would it be or would it be Susan Storm? Like,
well,
would
she's
it be the
invisible, right? I feel like
She's also the mother, so it would work.
kind of, but I'm
Yeah.
thinking about like they're all groups, right? The invisible woman can go invisible. What food group do you eat the least of and just don't even see it when you open up your fridge? Probably
Grain.
avocado. Grain? Yeah, like for real. Who owns grains? I think the only grain that I ever buy is rice. Maybe spaghetti counts technically.
Maybe your bread.
Bread. That's true. That's grain. Never mind. Grain is very common. Never mind.
Well, no, but it's not something you see though.
It's Mr. Fantastic and Stretch.
He's vegetable.
Vegetables. You can make the beans and rice stretch. I don't know. I
mean,
thought the
also,
Human Torch would be
he's
vegetables because corn and he'd flame on. He'd be veg.
And he turns into popcorn.
Yeah, he's just popcorn abilities. Oh no.
That's great.
Corn on!
Corn on! And then like yeah, no, I can dig it.
So what would the thing be then?
The meats, big beef
To
guy.
the meat. Beef. So you'd be a cow then. A cow turned
It'd
into a
be meat.
burger, maybe.
Burger meat,
baked
or
burger.
just any. He can transform into any meat that he wants to. He can be fish. He can be poultry.
Thing's whole thing.
I don't
But
know.
the thing's whole thing is that he turns into a thing that can't transform back to his original form.
So he's just always a shifting meat. He doesn't have control over it. He's just
always
different
meat.
meats.
I like the fact that you get like we can call him the meat.
The
and
meat.
that's it.
The meat. The meat sounds like kind of like the Tick, like a parody superhero name. The meat. You know. The meat. Like something you'd find on Nickelodeon around, around the time of Ren and Stimpy and Rocco's Modern Life. The meat. Coming on.
No.
Oh goodness.
I like whenever I think of Ren and Stimpy, the clip of Stimpy drowning on a tropical island while Ren brings him up to shore and they play Moonlight Sonata is like stuck in my brain.
Oh my goodness. I could never get into that show. It was just too much for me. I imagine Thor would be some kind of noodle. for that golden flowing hair. I can dig it.
Oh my god, who'd be a sheep? We
Who'd be
need
what?
sheep.
Sheep? We need sheep?
Yeah. Where can we get a sheep-themed superhero?
Well, I already said Paul was gonna be a ram.
A ram. Yeah. So it's between ram and noodle and sheep. Are there any themed like superhero that would make that would make sense? Like,
I don't
'cause
think there is.
I guess none of this really makes sense. We're just throwing.
Unless
out
maybe it's in the mutant family, maybe.
yeah. Beast.
Oh.
No, that's DC. And also,
Beast. There is Beast.
there is Beast, but he's a mutant, and I guess he could be a sheep.
So he could be like a super hairy bull or something.
Cousin It comes to mind.
Or
Oh, man.
maybe he's a. Or maybe a massive, really bulky pig.
Probably Shocker because of the padding in his suit. Shocker. Wow. I'm not as well versed in these heroes. Someone's going to have to find a picture of Shocker for me.
You don't know who Shocker is?
I feel like I
Even
probably do.
even I know
Hang
who
on.
Shocker is, and I'm not even that big of a Marvel guy.
You don't know Shocker? He's like the best villain in all Spider-Man canon.
That's
Pretty
a lie.
sure because you said that it's most certainly isn't true.
No, it is. It both is and not true at the same time.
Oh no, I've seen Shocker before. Okay, he's like that dude who looks like he's wearing chicken wire on his
Yeah, he's like
outfit.
the Shocker.
He
He's
looks
Shocker.
more like corn than anything else with this toy that I'm looking at.
Are you wearing a
I'm a
girt?
sheep, wool, static electricity. That could work
There
actually.
you go. He could be a sheep.
The sheep that zaps people.
You're gonna have a bad time.
I gotta.
man.
Oh my gosh, just a lot of puns that use the word bad. I
Wait,
bet you
when
have a
say that,
bad
like,
feeling about this one, Parker.
No, Silver, you need to watch yourself. You need to watch your mouth, because like you say that, and then my brain starts to spill into like the idea of Sans is a sheep. What if there was an Undertale farm AU? It's like,
Well, we're not talking about Undertale. That's a whole nother can of
you're
beans.
gonna have a bad time.
I'm okay that I don't understand.
No, I'm imagining like you say you're gonna have a bad time. I'm like, what if Sans was a sheep? And then you start spilling into the idea of like Undertale farm AU. And I'm imagining a version of Megalovania that's composed entirely of
It's grating my ears already, and I can't actually hear it. Why? Wow. I have to reorient my mind here. There we go.
Electro's an eel. Oh,
Yeah, Electro the Eel.
eat
okay.
Electro.
Electro. I dig it.
Electro, yes. Me like it.
No, and then everyone calls him Electro, and he gets pissed off at that because they don't stretch out the E.
Electro. Eel. Get it? It's an eel thing. No one calls
Call
it.
me by my proper name. I'm
Curse you,
Electro.
Spider Milk! And your name being pretty much synonymous with what you are. No one can pun your name.
If Venom is just.
Well, actually, they call me Milky
right?
all the time, and I hate it.
If Venom was
Spidey.
cheese, what would that make Carnage? Just red milk? Strawberry milk?
Well, okay, so, like, Venom, he's a symbiote, so he's got the powers inherited from... Does Carnage have anything from... is there any carryover from Venom? Because I figured Carnage was a different entity altogether. It doesn't have any Spider-Man powers.
Carnage is Venom's son, basically, and basically has all of his powers, but Carnage has the unique ability of being able to, produce mass and then, separate that from his body to both infect other people, create separate beings, and morph his body into different shapes.
Okay.
And has literally no morality, unlike his father.
Yeah, that's part of his character, that he has no morality.
So
But
he's
the
not
guy
even a
is
little bit of
he's
miles?
more than Deadpool, and that's saying something.
I mean, Deadpool's like...
No,
still,
Deadpool has morality, he's just depressed.
Deadpool! We got it.
Dog
Duck
pool?
pool.
Duck?
No,
Wait.
duck.
Duck.
Pool.
Okay.
Duck pool. Okay.
I'm
Then
wondering
what is
why,
Howard the
but
Duck the exact same?
Howard the Duck is from another planet, so at least you don't have to worry about that.
Like
He's an
Howard the
alien.
Duck, Rocket Raccoon would be the same friggin' character.
Yeah, because, like, this is a universal change where not much is different. Alright, so we got the
I want to
bridge
see that
here.
in Spider-Verse. I want to see Spider Milk in Spider-Verse 2.
If that ends up in there, I would be surprised because I know we were making this up. There's no way that they already came up with Spider Milk. Unless they did, in which case, wow. We thought we were being really clever there, but we weren't.
Yo,
That or we're being more
Christian O'Connell on for last year's been the one and only Spider-Man. Why don't you Google it? Actually, no, don't Google it. You'll probably come up with like some weird, like, all spiders being milked, like literally being milked.
This is too big. This is way too friggin' big. Okay.
Yeah, no, that would also happen if you looked up the search results. I'm thinking,
No way around it, really.
I'm thinking like, man, you got Spider Milk, Captain America,
Captain Barnyard.
Captain Barnyard.
Captain Barnyard. Hey. No,
But
no,
afraid
no,
of all
no.
animals.
Then what would the Avengers be called if it's not the Barnyard?
The Barnyard Initiative.
Barnyard.
Well, the code name's called the Barnyard Initiative, but you could call it maybe, I don't know, like the Core Meat Groups or something.
I thought. Wait, no. Fantastic Four food groups was. That was the thing that Rocket was talking about. It's not that you couldn't reuse some of these things, because there's the Thunderbolts. There's a lot of different groups with a lot of different names and ideas.
Oh, I got it. What about the food chain?
The food chain seems a bit more like a caste system, but fine. In a fighting group. Welcome to the food chain.
Well, maybe food chain could be like the Hydra equivalent then.
Yeah, fine.
Hail, food chain.
Oh, you know what? That
Hail,
actually makes
food
more
chain.
sense in like what the Hydra's supposed to be. It's like a bunch of food Nazis here. So yeah, I guess that can make sense. Hang on, grab this along the Z
Red
axis.
Skull would probably be like
Hydra.
like Red Wolf or
Wait,
something.
since Hydra in Marvel canon was a subset of like the Nazis from Hitler's regime, would that mean that the food chain started as a thing that Hitler did in this universe? They're a farm Hitler?
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be Hitler.
It's not have to be one-to-one.
Different universe.
It's just okay.
It could be a war on
This is
fast
the
food.
this is the problem. Oh, so like the fast food wars from what's the name of that movie? Demolition Man.
Oh,
Wow.
I don't know, or
How do I
something
do
like,
this?
or instead of the Holocaust, it was like the woolening, like the Holocaust, and it's like all the sheep's wool, like all the sheets were shaven across the world or something. That
Yes.
it's like telling the same story, but through what I mean that'd be healthier for children's mental health.
We went from modeling to animal Undertale AU. That's true. That's what happens.
I'm
I
thinking-
thankfully haven't stopped modeling because now I'm kind of in a groove and I don't have to focus as hard. This stream started off pretty dead.
It's because we're having fun now. We're all having fun. So you're all having fun.
Everyone's having fun. Okay, I need to.
I'm thinking like Venom.
Careful
When you
about
say
this.
Venom is chocolate milk, that puts the image in my mind of Venom, but he's just tinted brown slightly more.
He's like a chocolate bunny now rather than whatever.
Yeah, but instead of
He's
like
these
being
guys
blue-
are like those really like creepy off-center like
Ooh,
yellow eyes.
no, stop it.
Oh, but he also has like froth, like white froth on like coming down in the car. You could make his like arms white and the rest of them like brown or something. Like his limbs are white, and it's like the froth of the milk and like the whole like his torso is like the chocolate.
This is too big. I noticed about this area. It's massive.
I'm thinking about like what's it?
Make the bridge bigger.
Now
No,
that
I'm
you're
trying to
thinking
I'm
about-
trying to make the bridge smaller because when I first like alt scale this thing, it was huge. I'm trying to make it so that it fits, but it's like also tail scaled because I'm trying to make sure that this area feels like it's not just a bunch of empty space.
I'm
Well,
thinking
NPCs
like
are going to be around there, aren't they?
I'm sorry, what? I mean, no. This is Cocoa Coast. This is where Tails lives.
Yeah, it's just the
It's not
environment.
gonna
I mean, I'm not being funny, but I played Tide 2 for the first time a while ago. I'm not being funny. That world, it didn't necessarily feel empty, but it did feel like there was not a lot going on. This has got more going on than the Tide 2 world.
Yeah, we do
Like,
want to at least do better than Tai 2. I understand that part.
But I'm saying it like Tide 2 is still a really solid game, where and this could still be a solid game. I'm not saying it's not, but it's like
no, I know what you're
not still
saying.
solid
It's not a
game,
bad
regardless
game.
of the fact it seems like there's a lot of open space and a lot of like nothing going on.
Right, and this is just an exploration area, obviously, and the character is going to move relatively fast, but I want to avoid the pitfall of making just too much space. This is why I wanted to build the levels around Tails' abilities.
You want it to feel like, you know, there's something for the player to do, so there's always like a focus.
Exactly. So, like, you're here, there's Tails' house, there's water, and of course we can add more points of interest. This is not the end of it. There's the waterfall at the back that I'm going to be working on in a moment here. I was kind of like, I could probably remedy a lot of that by just bringing this in so it's a little bit closer.
I'm imagining now, after comparing Venom to a chocolate bunny, it creates like this amazing image in my head of Venom with bunny, like a bunny face.
That's...
I mean, you can
feel
find
like-
rabbits on a farm.
Okay, actually, you know what? This isn't that bad. I can move that in there. It doesn't look so bad anymore. Just bringing in the rock face a bit, so it's less, but okay, whatever.
I'm thinking
Oh,
like,
I know. Instead of Captain Marvel, Captain Crop, and it's like a bunny rabbit.
Captain Crunch?
Crop.
Crops. Okay. I was like, I don't understand.
So it's like,
He was-
and so she hops into action.
hops into action. Yeah.
flying radioactive rabbit.
Everyone getting their powers from radiation in the Marvel universe.
No. Let's call it
I mean, you think about the Hulk,
Yeah.
Spider-Man, Captain Marvel. I'm pretty sure Captain America to some. I mean, no, that was science stuff.
It was
That's
it was
different.
intentional, I guess. It was radiation involved with the data waves or whatever pseudoscientific
Honestly, this
stuff
is
that
like
they
an
put together.
extension from the Secret of Them.
Secret of Nim? Oh
I love Secret of
yeah.
Nim.
Miss Brisby and the Raps of Raps. Yes, it was
Mr. Jonathan Brisby.
Miss Jonathan Brisby.
We need a Brisby in this Marvel universe.
Yeah, the
If
fact
it
there
wasn't
is
for
none.
Jonathan, we wouldn't be alive. I'm going to be your ex machina.
Don't worry about it. Miss Jonathan Brisby. Mrs. Jonathan Brisby.
And yeah, oh man, Brisby's amazing. I love.
It's pretty.
She's a fantastic character.
Yeah, that's why I like.
She did a great job of playing an illiterate mouse. Excellent work. No, it's a good story. It also kind of interesting that like it hints at a bigger world and then doesn't do anything with it. And then of course there's the sequel, which was trash, and I don't want to talk about it.
We haven't talked
Oh!
about You mean the sequel that doesn't exist?
Yeah, the sequel
No,
that doesn't
that-
exist
no.
and it was never made.
What friggin' sequel are you talking about?
I don't know what I'm talking about. I just sort of like began talking. I don't know. Maybe I had like a
hypothetical- Are you
Do
talking about like a
we have to
like,
call the FBI again?
no. I swear I'm clean this time.
We
guys.
have
Calm
to
down.
call
I'm purely talking about hypotheticals.
I'm better now, okay? I'm better. I'm better. You don't have to get the electroshock.
We had to send you into rehab. Oh,
Talking
Roman,
about
silly
sequels
old
to
bean.
Miss Brisby and the Rats of Nim. But surely there could be no such thing, right? Right?
Right.
Exactly.
That sequel was so bad.
Yeah, no.
I
Oh,
was
yeah, no.
expecting a lot more of my rat mom, and I didn't get it.
No, it's about these dumb kids. It's like, no, just, no, not even worth. I don't even.
Also, where the fuck did the prophecy even come from?
I don't know, man. It came from the. I don't understand how. There was a look, man. The story is weird enough. I don't feel like I got a good representation of the story as it was written in the books from the movie by any means, because of course there was a prophecy that they were able to deduce because they discovered electricity or whatever. Sure, that's how that works. But they're like, I don't know, man. I'm just gonna need to read the book at some point.
You have to read the novelization.
The novelization? No, it's based on, it's based on. I'm just.
Hey, wait, it's based on a book?
Yeah, Miss Brisby and the Rats of Nim is the name of the book that the secret.
Yeah,
is
that's
based
the
on.
original title, and the author
Century.
the author was like, no, don't call it Secret of Nim, and they had to really fight for that title.
Miss Brisby and the Rats of Nim, admittedly, is a mouthful, and it's better that they called it what they called it. But
Secret of Nim's just an overall better title.
it does sound cool. It's like the Secret of Nim, even though the most of the movie isn't about that, and it's sort of like shoveled in at the very back end of the movie. Like,
Look, it's got Derek
you ever,
Jackson in it. It already is a golden movie just with that alone.
This is one of those like weird films that like it's like a weird, almost I guess like existential kind of feeling that's not really rooted in logic, but it's just kind of something you feel where it's like, you ever see like that movie Secret of Nim is like one of those movies that just feels 80s. Not like it feels like a period piece or anything, it just feels like it belongs there. Not
no, it's
just
the animation
because-
style, the Don Bluth look and everything.
Yeah, like it just
And the effects and the sound, the lightning, this like the
like
gnarled
yeah.
animation. No, I can feel that. Like it's of a time. It was made in any of, because 80s movies looked like that. Like freaking Disney came out with a movie, Black Cauldron, looked similar. Like with its sort of overly like everything kind of like sketchy looking. Not sketchy,
Everything
but like
an undertone of threatening aura.
yeah, the dark art style that definitely was. I don't know if it was pervasive. It certainly probably wasn't, because most of the things that Disney made were not like that. But it looked like it. It looked like it had that feel. Like they were definitely going for that look, and it definitely stopped happening in the '80s. I've never seen a movie that looked like that since. Which is
I
why
love that moment where Brisby watches her kids drown and die.
I'm sure.
Oh, that's a horrible scene. Like, I remember when I first saw that, I was like, oh no!
Oh no!
I
Yeah,
was
that was.
like, somebody please think about the children.
Oh no! Oh
It's
wait, what is this?
before I even knew there was a sequel, I had like this genuine dread. Like, people have died already. Okay, we don't need to get another like 3 deaths of 3 innocent children.
Oh my god, imagine if that's how it died. That's how it ended.
Yeah, it's
Kids
like
die and that's
the
it.
end. Let's make that the back wall now. I don't know. I'll make it just a plain. It doesn't need to be anything special. Scale along the.
You think Secret of Nim is like your favorite Don Bluth movie?
Compared to other Don Bluth movies, I really like American Tail. There's a lot of other.
I
Don
haven't
Bluth
ever.
movies.
I've
do
seen that movie. I've never
Tail.
watched it.
And then there's like, what else did Don Bluth make? Because it's a tough call. I like Secret of Nim, but I don't know if it's my favorite. Then there's like
Yeah,
obviously
I'll Go to Heaven 1 and 2.
number one,
Oh, I
great
forgot
movie.
he made those references, yeah.
Anastasia, not even in the same conversation. It's not even a good movie, but it certainly existed. Came out in the 90s.
I love how Silver had a big reaction to that. What about it?
I like it.
Oh, you liked it? I'm not saying it was
It
bad.
feels like
It was kind of
feels
like Don Bluth's
like
version
you're copying
of
Disney lore.
Pocahontas. And don't do that, because Pocahontas wasn't a good
Pocahontas
movie.
wasn't even good. Like it's
No.
like you look at any Disney movie that you want to copy, and you're like, that one.
Because it's not like you
It's we
should.
can say Atlantis is better than Pocahontas. Just saying.
I'm sorry, say what again?
I was just saying, it's a bit sad how you can say like Atlantis is better than Pocahontas.
Yeah, I liked Atlantis, though, so I guess
Oh,
we're
no,
just.
don't get
Like
me wrong, I
Atlantis
love
is like
Atlantis.
for
One of
me,
my
right?
all-time
Like
favorites,
Atlantis is boring, but at least it's not insulting to your intelligence.
Not edgy. It's also
Royal
not just trying
culture.
to just be edgy. I guess it kind of was a little edgy for a Disney movie. It's like, oh man, I liked it. I liked the style, if not anything else. It was just a very cool movie. No, the thing about Anastasia is like anytime you're gonna make something based on real history, that's where you get an issue because like
Because
It's-
then you
real
need to
history's not a
really
storybook.
know what you're doing.
like you got to be careful. Like this isn't like as cut and dried as your typical fairy tale story. Because It's based on stuff that happened, and people are gonna feel a type of way about what you did with their story.
Yeah, it's like you can base fictional events on real world ones and have it work fine. When you go into that real world place, you need to know what you're fucking doing.
Yeah, and we're making a story about the Bolshevik Revolution, and we go like, oh no, the royal family of Russia, they were great. They were terrible people. I wouldn't say they deserved to die the way they did, but you can understand why people did what they did. It wasn't because Rasputin used magic to make them angry. No, they were mad because they were being mistreated and they were in debt, and the governor, or not the government, the king was
Like-
terrible, Tsar was terrible at his job.
Yeah, right? Like, where was Rasputin's, like, bat sidekick character in real life?
There's bats in Russia, I suppose, and any one of them could be your friend. Look, you can go
But
out to a
apparently-
cave in upstate New York now and
like
befriend a
that
bat,
was New York.
Cryo.
Apparently he's Italian American. Oh, you Jesus.
Oh, no. Isn't Bartok... Isn't he
Bartok,
Canadian?
He's like New Yorker, I think.
No, he's got like this... I don't think that's it.
It's like,
I can't place his accent. I think, oh, what? I tell you what. Wow. I am Bartok, the magnificent. I don't know what that accent's supposed to be. That's
Like
not New
Christopher
York
Walken
anything.
was New York.
Oh, no.
remember Bartok's
I would kick
Adventure?
her, sir. I thought he was supposed to be Canadian, but I'm like, that's not even a Canadian accent? I don't know what that's supposed to be.
You remember Bartok's Adventure?
Yeah, no, it's Bartok the Magnificent, that thing. Yeah, no, I'm aware it exists.
I've never seen it.
I never watched it. I saw, what's it called? The guy with the glasses review of it. I was never going to watch that movie. It's a long time
Weird
ago.
movie.
Yeah, no, I imagine.
Wait, he covered that film?
Yeah, Bartok the Magnificent? Yeah.
Long time ago.
Long time ago. It's an old video. I think
suppose
this
it
is back
because
when
it's called the
most of their
cover.
content was on their website and not on YouTube.
Like, I'm thinking, like, man, Don Bluth movies. What else was there? There was the Penguin movie?
Oh yeah, Pebble and the Penguin.
I was twisting and turning.
Don't make me laugh. I'll slap my knee. Oh my goodness. Freaking, I actually liked the song Now and Forever from the beginning. It's not because it's particularly good. It just feels like a show tune, which I think was the intention.
Yeah.
And I liked that part of it. Now one perfect pebble, one precious stone. But oh, what a stone can do.
Didn't he make that
Like,
role in Central Park or something?
Don
He did,
Bluth,
and I heard
like,
that's bad. I've not watched it.
I love a lot of Don Bluth's movies, but like his ability to like naturally fit musical moments into
Ooh,
his film.
no, he doesn't
not
doesn't
as
do
fun
it.
to.
And I'm glad, his best movies aren't musicals. Land Before Time, Secret of Nem, freaking.
But In the Dark of the Night was really
Okay,
nicely
fair
in it.
enough. That was a good
One
song.
of my favorites. I love it.
Oh, okay, I did like that. In fact, I like the songs from Anastasia. Once Upon a
Yeah.
December is awesome.
And I will admit, some of the placement of them feels a bit, oh, okay, I guess we're doing this song now. But In the Dark of the Night was like, it's the most
In the
it was
dark
like
of
the
the night, it
equivalent
was
of
talking
like
internally.
Scar and the Lion King. It was like the most perfectly fit.
It's like this
Like,
glam
that
rock
happens,
thing.
That is gonna be.
Yeah. Yeah, no, okay. No, it's kind of like Pocahontas in that way. Pocahontas has
The
great
music
songs.
is good,
The
and
song,
if
the
you
movie is
listen to the
kind of
music
lame.
in isolation, you won't hate it.
Yeah, like I really love the songs from Pocahontas. Freaking
Like
Colors
I
of
like
the
to
Wind.
pretend. I
the
like to
Wind.
pretend that, like, in my mind, that like Colors of the Wind is just a music video that's completely isolated and has nothing to do with.
Nothing to do with anything else. It's just its own thing, and we're all just having fun, and no one's mad at me or anything.
You know, can I just say, what might be a really interesting bit of trivia?
Hmm.
So, In the Dark of the Night, you know how it's Christopher
Lloyd?
his
Yeah.
character? Jim Cummings was the vocals in the song.
Of
Like,
course he was.
vocals
He'd just be
for-
in here for Scar and for Rasputin, apparently.
Yeah, for Jeremy
just
Irons as well.
doing
yeah.
people's stuff for them.
Like that man's
Whenever
made
I
some
think
really
of Jim
interesting
Cummings-
celebrities.
Whenever I think of Jim Cummings, the first character that just comes to my mind is Ed. Like,
And oh yeah, not
Oh yeah,
doesn't have a single word. Doesn't say a thing.
The first character that comes to my mind is Darkwing Duck.
He's so many things, right? He's Ed, he's Darkwing Duck, he's Winnie the Pooh, he's Ka. So many characters. Tigger, right? He is.
Not Winnie the Pooh are the same
in the Spider-Man.
They are. They are the same character.
Robotnik.
He is right. Yeah, he's Robotnik from Sat AM, not the other one. That's the one he's from.
Yeah, that was. I can't remember his name. He was a really famous stage actor. I think he was a famous stage actor. I think he was known for Shakespeare. I think.
Really?
I'm not too sure.
Oh.
I'm not too sure. I could be getting the actors mixed up.
Let me try something here.
I'm
Let me try the
thinking-
screw modifier.
Oh man, like I'm thinking.
Fucking name. I can't think of his name.
Who's your favorite? Like, my favorite thing about Disney actors is that what's
Which-
it? Oh man, I'm thinking of the. I'm trying to think. I can't think of the guy's name for some reason. The dude who voiced Aladdin.
Oh yeah, no, I have no idea who that
Wasn't
guy
that
is.
Josh Keaton?
No.
No.
Aladdin
doing with
from
the
the cartoon.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know if Joss Whedon was ever a voice actor.
Josh Keaton, not Josh Wheaton.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, sorry, excuse me. Let me just look it up real quick because now I want to know.
Okay.
Because every time I think of that guy, I just think of the character.
Oh
of
shoot,
Steve on
Kazim
Full House.
from freaking or whatever his name was from freaking Aladdin was also Jim Cummings. He's all like street rat. That guy.
Oh yes, he's like, you fool! We've all got swords.
We've all got
He's
swords!
The
It's just a character.
Centurion in Hercules.
Yeah.
I recognized him almost instantly
He's
when I
in
watched the film like
everything.
2 years ago. I was like, oh hello, Jim Cummings.
Scott Weinger is the guy who played Aladdin. What else has he been in? Anything?
I remember.
He's in
I forget what it was for. Oh man, but I found James. Like I heard
played
James
Shredder?
Taylor in something.
No, it's a movie called Shredder. He wasn't Shredder. Okay, I was gonna say what?
Oh, right, it was James Arnold Taylor. I saw a clip of the 2007 TMNT movie on Twitter, and I'm like,
yes,
and I heard Leonardo
I saw
speaking.
that
Like,
as well.
is that Ratchet?
Oh yeah. Every time no.
It's a really fitting Leonardo voice.
When I heard him in what was it called in wow, my brain can't even think of it. Final Fantasy X. I was like, that's the same guy who plays Ratchet. He plays Titus or Titus or whatever.
He just does the same voice. He never changes it.
Yeah, he doesn't do a voice.
Well, unless he's doing like a celebrity impersonation.
I didn't know he did those.
He's literally been Obi-Wan Kenobi for over a decade.
Oh
He's been
right.
the only
You know what? Now that I think
Obi-Wan
about it, yeah, that's
for like the
that's true.
longest time.
Oh my goodness, right.
In the Clone Wars, every
Yeah, I can
fucking
hear it now.
video
That raspy
game.
voice that he's got. I can totally hear that now.
Yeah, no, I'm not being funny. It was so weird hearing Ian McGregor doing Obi-Wan Kenobi after so long of just hearing James Arnold Taylor.
It's just all like, wait. Oh wait,
I was like, wait, that's Obi-Wan? Oh yeah, that's Ian McGregor.
I remember.
What are moments where you're watching a piece of media or something and you hear a really recognizable voice actor so much that it distracts from the content?
Yeah, I'm sure
it
that
depends. There can be quite a few moments.
I remember hearing, I remember watching the Cuphead show and hearing Bray Delisle's as Miss Chalice, and I'm like, I know that voice.
I know that voice.
I know that voice. It's a good documentary.
It does sound like that sounds like a documentary name, unless you.
I told you guys about the documentary. It's a documentary on voice acting.
Oh.
And it's literally called I Know That Voice.
Okay.
Because
No,
it's a game you play when you recognize an actor.
I can feel that totally. Fair
Well,
enough.
who do you think is
I'm
like
gonna have to stream that for you guys, like in the server at some point. 'Cause I've got the film as a
Okay.
documentary, and it's
Who do
really, really good.
like who do you guys think is the most like prolific voice actor that everybody has heard everywhere, or at least like the one that sticks down your mind?
It differs because these days it'd be a lot. Because like I would have said either Steve Blum or because Steve Blum, most of his career, I think it's pretty safe to say, is like cannon fodder, and he does like a main character here and there, but because you recognize him from like Call of Duty games, or he plays like a regular soldier in most shooters or cartoons, and he gets blown to high hell. But then you really recognize him for like Spike Spiegel. Is it Tom from Toonami? The little android?
Yes. Yeah, that's who. Yep.
And then you've got like Starscream from Transformers Prime.
I think of Steve Blum. I think of Green Goblin in Spectacular Spider-Man. I love that.
I was
voice.
gonna say Green Goblin, and then got like Penguin from the Arkham games. Oh wait, no, hang on, no, that's Nolan North. What am I thinking of? Oh no, he plays
Another prolific actor.
Yeah, he plays the guy who dressed up in the Santa hat, I think.
Nolan North is one of those voice actors where you know it's Nolan North the second the character opens their mouth.
Yeah,
yes,
Nolan North.
well, it also depends on the sort
It's
of
either
character.
Nolan North or Troy Baker.
Yeah.
It's like, which one is this?
Played against each other in The Last of Us, the first game. Where it's like, oh no,
There's
there's a
only
villain.
one time. There's only one time, and this is before I got really adjusted to like knowing like who's who. Excuse me, like who's who. This is where I sort of becoming like started to really recognize voices, but I struggled to recognize whether it was Nolan or Troy in Infamous Second Son, and I was like, is that Nolan North? And I looked it up, like, no, it's Troy Baker, and since then I've like
No,
been able to tell who's who since then.
it's Troy.
I remember getting that feeling when I heard the main villain of Miles Morales.
I've not got there yet.
I have not played that game yet.
Truth be told, since that live stream, I've not touched it. I've not touched that game.
I know what the feeling is. You know, one time I played the Spider-Man PS4 game, and then I didn't touch it again for months, possibly a year. I don't remember. It was a long time.
Speaking of Spider-Man, Travis William, who played Fisk, he's also a very recognizable voice.
You mean Knuckles?
Was Knuckles.
Yes. I don't know who's Knuckles now.
He's
Oh, I
just
can't
some guy.
I can't remember his name now, the new guy. It's because he's not. It's because we've not seen him in anything else yet.
Oh, that's true. There's nothing really for him to do.
Whereas Knuckles was actually quite prolific in the 2010s. He was in Generations, Lost World,
Right.
Boom
He had
Cartoon.
2 lines in Lost World, you're right.
He had some lines in Lost World? Yeah, no, a few. He was Knuckles. Yeah, I'm Knuckles. I basically sound like
And
Sonic.
and
kinda.
Travis was also Zapper. He was also Zapper.
Oh, okay.
He does sound like Sonic. I don't. Have we ever gotten an actual conversation between Sonic and Knuckles in the recent game?
What game are you referring to recently? When you said
Boom,
recent?
we did. We got a few conversations in Boom.
Sonic,
Oh, that's
no! We can do this together, blah, blah, blah. Shut up, Amy, I'm gonna save the world, or whatever.
Oh, hey, Roger Craig Smith also really
I
recognized.
think the character with the greatest turnaround was Amy
Yeah.
in the
Oh
new
yeah,
game.
with the voice direction. Oh, absolutely.
It was so weird when she sounded like Minnie Mouse. It's like, what were you guys thinking? I don't understand.
Well, yeah, it's like, well, what was the voice director thinking? You know?
Never having heard of Sonic the Hedgehog as a franchise before they began to work on the project, and they're like, that's basically like Minnie Mouse. He's like, Minnie Mouse. That's who that is, yeah?
Because if I'm being honest, I can only ever imagine Cindy as the voice of Amy these days, even though I grew up with, I nearly said Amy Parent then, it wasn't Amy Parent, Amy Parent was Tails. Who was Amy in the
Ortiz.
Eh?
Lisa Ortiz, that was Amy.
Lisa Ortiz, that's it.
Okay.
That was Amy I grew up with, but for me, Cindy, I'm like, well, I can't imagine anyone else as Amy now. I just can't.
I still don't like
You still don't like who?
Roger Sonic.
All right.
Like I
See,
like him in
at
the
this
early.
point,
I
it's
don't
like
like
a
him in
Marmite.
future generations,
He's-
but like
He's like, what? Marmite?
Yeah, you either love it or you hate it.
Fair enough. Or you've never heard of it. But I've heard of Marmite, I'm kidding.
But yes,
I think it's just that he sounds too low energy or like.
Who wants their bacon saved? You mean
who
that's
needs
not
a
like the
bacon
best?
save?
That's not
Like,
like the best line you've ever heard, best line read you've ever heard.
Yes.
Who needs their bacon saved? I am so gonna own you, Silver.
Silver, I own the rights to your existence. Did you know that? Yes, Sonic. We talked about this. That means
I
every
like
time you don't show up in a game, That was my decision, Silver.
I think it may also be down to the voice direction as well, because you notice Roger has quite a bit of like high energy and like colors. Then if you reach like past Boom, I feel as if he gets like nicked to no direction, and he just listens to fan feedback, and that's why he's been
That's
so
the worst place
like,
to get
active on
direction.
Twitter for like the longest time, because he wants to hear what the fans think and then base his performance based on that.
Hey guys, what do you think I should do? And should
Hey,
I listen?
what are you going to do?
Did I listen?
Wait.
Listen to your
No.
voice director? I'm not gonna do that, buddy. Fooled you.
I really do like Roger Sonic.
It's like, what is it?
Just like it.
I'd listen to my
like it.
voice director if we had one.
If we had one, but you know, if I had one.
Well, I think it's all in house though. That's the thing with Sega. I think it's in house voice direction.
Ooh, that's.
I could be wrong. On
When you
that
say
one.
in-house, you mean like they have like a specific person who does that job, but they are hired by Sega and they work.
Yeah, they
There.
have like a studio. Like the entire cast, I think, works in a studio at Sega that they own called Studiopolis.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
I-
his own was based-
I couldn't
think-
tell.
I
I'm like,
think
are
his
you
own was
joking
based
with
on
me?
that.
No, it's great too because like Christian Whitehead came out and said that they named the zone Studiopolis, and by complete coincidence, they didn't realize that that's where the cast like recorded all their stuff for Sega games,
Oh,
and they thought they were gonna have to deal with some legal troubles, but nobody questioned them on anything, so they just did it.
but little do they know the reason why they haven't been able to make a sequel or a follow-up to Sonic Mania is because of that little mistread. It made someone really upset over there at Sega HQ, and it's why that no one has been allowed to since. Oh, I'm messing up.
Yeah, I think of Studiopolis, and it's like, how do you pronounce
It sounds
that
like a
word? I
level.
know we all say Studiopolis, but based on the way it's spelled, it should be Studiopolis.
Oh, well, I guess because Metropolis. Oh, yeah, it's just Studiopolis. I guess so. When you think about it.
Studiopolis.
We call it Studiopolis because
Because of Metropolis.
it sounds better. Yeah, no, Metropolis, right? Think about Metropolis. You don't call it, it's Metropolis, right? Metropolis. 1 O, so it's not Metropolis, it's Metropolis. So Studiopolis should be Studiopolis.
Ryo, I swear to God, if you're leading this to the fucking Hydro City argument, I will actually wring your neck.
You can't wring his neck. He lives all the way in New York City. Where they have, well, not New York City, New York State.
I'm
Um,
thinking, what's it like? Friggin', it is Hydrocity though.
Oh, don't.
Okay, I haven't read the
Done.
chat in a while. Sorry, you guys. Okay, looking good here. Okay, thank you, PJ. Thankfully, no one has said anything since then. That's good. All right.
I'm thinking like it definitely is Hydrocity though, because that's how it's spelled all the time.
Well, someone's life's about to come to an abrupt end. So,
I don't want-
anyway.
I don't want this to become violent in any way. I'm kidding. It's not gonna get violent because
What do you think it is, Rodolus?
honestly, when I played the level, I never even thought about what the word was out loud. I might have said
Sitting on the
Hydrocity,
fence, are we?
or I might have said, I don't know if I have an opinion on
I
it.
didn't know Roadless was a goddamn
How do you not?
pigeon sitting on the fence.
Did you just
Bro,
say
how do you
pigeon?
not have an opinion on how a word is pronounced to you when you look at it?
Because looking at it, it's Hydros. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I call it Hydros.
If there was a hyphen there, that would make sense. But with the structure of the word, I would say hydrocity.
Okay, but Victor, so I watched this one YouTube channel, and I think, I can't remember his name now, it's like Victor something, and he was like, okay, here's a lot about Hydro City, because we call, like, other things like Green Hill Zone, Hilltop Zone, Hydro City.
Then what's a Sandopolis?
I wish they'd kept the name Genocide City in the original game, if only for just to have a point of reference for Hydra City. Because then you would be like,
Sandopolis,
it would
when
be
it's
Genocide
the way
City.
it's spelled still makes sense.
Also,
Sandopolis.
Sandopolis came after Hydro City, so I mean...
Like, it's in the same game though.
See, the game, I felt like it was a pun. I felt like it was a pun on the word hydro. I thought it was supposed to be a pun on the words hydro and Velo City.
Velo City. Oh, Velocity. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I'm like
Also, not to mention, like, it's a city underwater, therefore it's a Hydro City.
Hydro
Sorry.
City. I guess Hydro City makes more sense. And
Thank
also,
you.
I've come down on the side of an issue, and an issue that I don't care about, arguably. So don't take that as canon, because I might change my mind after a night of thinking about it. And be
Well,
like, you know what, Hydro
I'm
City.
taking it as canon, therefore I win.
Fine. You know what? Do that. Do that. Anyway, I feel like this is still too
win.
big.
Technically, Jinx agreed with me, which means that's 2-1. So you lose.
This ain't no
So
democracy. Get out of here.
I
Yeah,
called it-
but this is a
I called it,
project directed at
Hydrocity.
points.
How is it spelled?
Let's look at it.
I know where this is going.
I think it's just all one word. It's Hydrocity.
Yeah.
So
If they wanted it to be pronounced,
Hydro City, then they would have broken it in
added
pieces.
a hyphen.
Yeah.
Right, in Sandopolis, they don't have a hyphen, but it still pronounces the same.
Sandopolis,
Regardless.
like a
See,
metropolis.
I'm telling more.
Sandopolis.
I was literally about to use Eugene Naka as an example because he literally came on Twitter saying, "Oh, I don't speak English much, but I'm pretty sure it's Hydro City." But he's a piece of shit. So.
Oh,
That's usually Naka. You can't take his word.
you can't listen to
So-
Yuji Naki.
So what is it? Was it ever spelled? Like, was it ever pronounced in Japanese? We could use that as a base.
That's
Maybe.
a good point, actually.
Okay. We can at least look at the
Be
spelling
like
of it.
a bad translation, right?
I'd love if even then it was pronounced 2 different ways.
Oh shoot! It's it might actually lend credence to it, because if you look at it, this is from Sonic Fandom, so take that with a grain of salt. It's HAIDOROSHITIZON with a like a elongated O. So it's like Hydroshity Zone. So like, let me grab this and put this into the chat so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I'm gonna paste that in there. This is once again from Sonic Fandom, which may not matter, but you can see how that thing is. I don't know what the question mark means, but that's the kanji, I suppose, and then like the direct translation, which is like HAID, which makes a Hydoroshiti, Hydoroshiti, Hydoroshiti.
Hydro City.
Hydrocity zone. So like, it's Hydrocity. Or you could say that's Hydro City. You can still do that. You can still do both.
I remember the
I
I
don't
remember the
wanna talk
game apologist guy that made the game apologist guy that did the Sally video. He made like a 20 to 30 minute video discussing that word.
Yeah, imagine that's the content that the Sonic Tuber has to talk about, because there's nothing else going on. But it's better than drama. I'll give him that. Scale along the z-axis.
No, like, what is it? He's like, at the end of the day, you could call it Hydrocity, or you could call it Hydro City, or you could call it Toilet Town. That's probably more accurate.
A lot of flushing going on there. I can believe it.
Like, it's like Tails and Sonic are arguing over how it's pronounced, and then Knuckles says that it's irrelevant because it's his toilet. Why are you naming his sewer?
That's funny. Okay. What are you guys
What
doing
is
in
it,
my
though?
toilet? Well, wait. They're in Hydrocity Zone or Hydrocity or whatever because Knuckles dumps you down there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. It's even better. So you guys are in the toilet. Sonic and Tails are arguing about the name of the place while he's like, I was trying to kill you, right? Have you forgotten me? Is that what happened? Big faces.
I literally flushed you down my toilet. But like, I'm thinking like, oh man, I mean, Hydrocity, whatever, is like technically based on like real stuff that like ancient civilization would do, like interconnected sewer systems.
Like an aqueduct, I guess. Aqueduct.
Yeah.
Fair enough. If we ever have a water level, we're gonna make sure to name it as ambiguously as possible.
Yeah, you need to like combine two words that sound like they could be separate, but then you like show it as being one word,
and then get everyone all riled up about the pronunciation of
You need to have if it's ever referred to directly by the characters, each character needs to call it something different.
Oh, hell yeah. The character's just saying, it's like tomato, right. But I'll be honest, I've never heard anyone call it tomato before.
I don't know, British people?
You know what, that's true. You know what, that's not... Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I beg your fucking pardon, young man.
How do you say tomato?
Tomato.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. He was just saying that.
He wasn't talking shit then.
No, he wasn't.
No, I was
That's
saying
all
the
right,
truth.
then.
But when people go like potato, it's like, no one calls it a potato. I know no one calls it a potato.
No,
Yeah,
tomato,
nobody says
tomato.
potato.
And then potato, and then he would just say potato.
It's a potato.
Yeah, you don't call it potato. No one.
No one calls it potato.
I was gonna
That's
say,
stupid.
that's dumb. Even though
It is
it's
dumb.
got similar letters, it just no one says it that way
Potato.
because we don't. Potatoes.
Potatoes, oil and mash and
Stick him in a stew. Stupid fat hobbit. Oil and mash him, stick him in the stew.
Whenever somebody asks me, in regards to the hydrocity question, what is a hydrocity? I have two responses. I either say, what is a Sandopolis? Or, alternatively, I will say, it's that.
Okay, no, hang on.
It's
But I think that the idea of hydrocity, what is a hydrocity? Hydrocity is a take on the word velocity, and velocity is just, hydro
Yeah, I know,
speed.
but then the argument is, like, every other classic Sonic level is, like, something. And I'm like, okay, so
what is a
it's
scrap brain,
Angel
then?
Island.
Excuse
It's
me,
like, it's
a scrap brain. What is that?
what is a scrap?
There's no such thing as a scrap brain, surely.
What is a scrap brain? What is a marble?
Well, I mean, sure, Marble Garden, right? But it's just like scrap brain zone.
No, I'm talking about Sonic 1.
No, scrap brain zone is in. Is that not? That's Sonic 1.
Marble Garden is Sonic 3. Marble is Sonic 1.
Oh, Marble Zone. I hate that so much. That's the second time I've gotten caught up on that distinction. They're like, yeah, it's the Marble Garden. I figured they're talking about Sonic 3. They're not. They're talking about Marble Zone.
And they're both ancient castle-like structures that are stuck in this mossy, overgrown
People act
environment.
like them reusing assets and stuff is a new thing. It happened as early as Sonic 3. And maybe you could argue Sonic 2 with Emerald Hill Zone. Like, come on, Green Hill, Emerald Hill, get out of my face.
There's a yeah, right? Oh. Like, it's like, oh, it's emeralds because of, like, the chaos. And it's like, no, it's emerald because it's freaking green.
Green.
Funny enough, originally it was going to be called, like a seaside, like, something zone, something like that.
That'd have been nice.
But they changed it to, like, Emerald Hill.
Seaside Hill, which ended up being a level later, I suppose. And Seaside Hill is a better name. It does evoke a place.
It was gonna be like Sunshine Beach Zone or like something like that.
That sounds nice. I like the idea. Of course, it makes me think of Super Mario Sunshine, which I think in concept to me is still a cool idea of like a vacation island and everything being kind of like themed around vacation stuff. I suppose Mario Odyssey kind of does that too, a little bit. A little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like vacation.
But yeah, no, it's like the question. Thinking about it, back to the other thing is like,
sure.
What is a scrap brain? What is a? All right,
Marble.
We know what a chemical plant is.
Yeah.
A casino night, an aquatic ruin. Okay.
A casino night though, and it's like, is it always night here? Yes. The sun never rises.
Yeah.
Just casino night. Bingo. High. No, that's Sonic. That's Sonic Heroes.
Bingo Highway. But no, the classic games. I'm thinking.
There was a Bingo Park, wasn't there? Or am I crazy? No, that was Carnival.
There's also what about Sonic CD? You got the levels of Palm Tree Panic. What is that?
I feel like it's meant to evoke some of these levels names. I think much like Hydrocity, whatever. I'm gonna call it Hydrocity. I don't care anymore. I was calling it Hydro City, but it goes back and forth. Much like Hydrocity, it evokes a feeling. Palm Tree Panic. Oh man, there's so many palm trees. I'm losing my mind.
It's like
It's a feeling of there's too many trees here.
Sonic's ever-growing slip-on sanity.
It's like Palm Tree
Listen to
Fannigan
me.
what Eggman named it because it wasn't.
Centrally, like, he becomes centrally overwhelmed. I just...
Yeah, just. Oh no, there's too many palm trees. Oh no. What are you doing?
And then
with all-
there's collision chaos.
Yeah, like I said, some of them are just words. Cool Edge, or what's the name of that's the ice level. No, that's not Cool Edge. That's no cap, Ice Cap. No, wait, that's Sonic Unleashed. What was the one in Sonic the Hedgehog, the first game, the ice level?
There wasn't one.
Okay, I'm a fraud, as it turns out.
That's
Sonic 3.
Sonic 3.
The Sonic 3.
3. There was Ice Cap.
Ice Cap. That's why. And then Cool Edge was an adventure.
Cool Edge was Sonic Unleashed.
Okay, but
Ice Cap was in Sonic Adventure 2.
oh,
Well,
so
not-
they
not
just
Sonic Adventure 2.
as
Not
well.
Sonic
You
Adventure-
mean?
Hang on a second here, fellas. Can I
Sure.
just point you to the muties real quick to look at this absolutely astonishing animation?
Sure.
It's absolute. No, trust me, you'll like it. It's astonishing. It's 30 seconds long.
I'm gonna take a look at it right now. Oh, that is cool. That looks great.
My only problem is that he's almost like too bouncy.
I like
So he
the
doesn't
bounce.
move out like a robot.
No, he's bouncy because he's heavy, but that's awesome. That's
But it's also
super
because he's got like frog-like feet, isn't it? So he's meant to be a bit bouncy.
Yeah, no, that's freaking sick. Okay, so let me share that with you guys in the chat if you happen to want to, the YouTube chat.
Also, the official Sonic channel even commented on it like 2 days ago.
Oh, you can't see it. Yeah, I'm gonna share that with you, and then I'll share my screen. Hang on, so you can see what I'm talking about.
Oh man, I like how they show Tails crashing the tornado at the end of it.
Mayday, mayday.
Give me a second. Let me bring it up. I'm gonna share on the stream so you guys can watch it. At home, where I'm assuming some of you are. Wait. Oh my goodness. Have I forgotten how to do this? No, I didn't.
I'm thinking like what's it? Hydrocity. Let me think of a Sonic name. So we got Green Hill, Marble Zone. That one's a little weird. Spring Yard Zone. That one makes sense enough. Starlight Zone. Okay, fine. Scrap Brain. I don't know what that is.
Wait. Stop.
It gets to the point where you describe these level names and it's like, okay, what is a Scrap Brain? What is a Hydrocity? It's that thing. It's the level.
It's a definite article in that vein. That's cool. That's super cool. I like that a lot. Did I favorite? I should have. There we go. Give that a like. Give that a like. All right.
I've done that too. I've subscribed to them. It's absolutely incredible.
Well, aren't you cool? You subscribed instead of just like no.
Hey,
'cause
hit
I
that
like
like button. I feel like we've got about all the subscribers we're gonna get for right now in our particular
How
project.
dare you? How dare you contribute to the algorithm?
How dare we support YouTube because they get fucked
I suppose
by
the only way to
algorithm.
not contribute to the algorithm is just not be on YouTube and never watch any of the videos.
Silver, did you subscribe? Did you hit the bell icon?
Did you hit the bell and
I
make it
did.
personalized? Or did you
I
make it
have to-
all?
I'd have to look at it on my desktop to get the bell. I get rid of all notifications on my phone. So I will get a notification because I check my notifications, but I won't get like a banner or ding or anything like that. Cause I'm subscribed to too many channels.
It's super annoying. And who wants that? Like I usually, okay, here's the lighthouse. It's a bit taller than it probably should be, but whatever. I'm gonna grab this and move this over here. I don't care that much. The
It's
lighthouse is
very-
off the shore. I'm not entirely certain where. I think it's to the right. In the demo, we put it on top of the rock thing, but the Lombax are like, that's not where that's supposed to go, so I didn't move it there.
Yeah, that's what they sound like.
Yeah, that's what Lombax sound like. She's like, thanks for sharing, Silver and Rodolus. No problem, PJ. Okay, so we're gonna move that here. Probably. It's supposed to be sitting on top of like a rock. Let me just get like a.
You ever think about like that meta like online perception we have of people that we haven't seen in real life? Like whenever I imagine the Lombax, I imagine they're just a giant Eggman.
Yeah,
Just like on a computer.
because she loves making Eggman content. Big fan of the Eggman. It's almost like a missed opportunity in some ways because we don't plan on featuring Eggman in the game. Spoilers, I suppose. Not a game about Eggman. After we've done all this work to show off the battle birds, we're like, "There's no Eggman? What?"
You can't have a Sonic game without Eggman.
That's literally what Sega told me. Sega said it's not a. Mike Pollock's Twitter account said that it's not a Sonic game without Eggman. Grab that the y-axis. Let's do it like this.
So, guys,
What's up?
We can just have Eggman canonically die through a throwaway line. It's like you hear Eggman died recently.
he died of a
Blow
heart
up one of-
attack.
It's like did he blow up like one of his machines? It's like heart failure.
No, all those massive sandwiches he be eating.
Guys, opinion on issue 50.
I haven't read it.
I haven't read it. What are your opinions? I guess we'll just have to go on with whatever you. We'll just have to hear what your opinion is of it.
It's more specifically about the speech Sonic gives to Surge.
Okay.
And everyone else is pointing to the fact he's like, I want everyone to have the freedom. It's like, so basically he says, I live for the moment. I want to see the world, find its thrills, and enjoy them. I want everyone to have the freedom to do that too. And you wouldn't get the opportunity if I took that chance away from you. And then he says, I've made peace with enough enemies to know there is a better way. Then everyone's like, you never made peace. In fact, you let Metal Sonic go, and the Metal Virus arc sort of happened because of your lack of, being able to take people out. And it's like, yeah, that's a good point. So the speech is a good speech, and it's in character, but it just doesn't belong to the IDW continuity. That's my opinion.
Maybe that's what they want Sonic to be, and maybe he's
Maybe they want Sonic
inconsistent.
to sound like he's bad at giving advice.
He's not giving it, but I don't know. But okay. I mean, I feel like there's a way for Sonic character to be maybe a bit negligent and thinking that that's what he's doing. I don't feel like that's probably not.
He's just very.
That would be a really cool angle for them to go down, but they probably won't because they want to move the main Paragon main guy character.
They want him to be the very character Sega never intended him to be.
Wait, Sega never intended him for me the main character? This is news to me.
Well, Japanese Sonic was very much just like he would just run about and just help people on the go. He's not like the superhero kind of character. He's like a neutral hero. He doesn't really take sides or anything, but the one thing he doesn't like is oppression. And if he sees an oppressed civilization or an oppressed person, he helps them out. Which is showcased nicely in the beginning of Sonic 2 and Origins when he, takes down those bullies. That's they're picking on Tails.
He goes super and he beats the crap out of him. I got you.
Oh man, I love that. Oh, I want to listen to
like a comic.
A little bit.
I would have loved if that was a thing in Origins where the ending cutscene, you don't see the Death Egg crash. You see Sonic and Tails go super, go back to the bullets.
Oh no! Just beat him up. Now Tails, now you're stronger than the bullies. You get to be the bully. Oh no. Tails, you're stronger than the bullies. You know what that means? I get to make peace with who I am as a person? No! You get to beat them up!
If Sonic Paradox still did like Sonic What's It, that would be a skit on them. On that Sonic skit show they used to do.
Yeah, Sonic Paradox. Yeah, I know what you're talking. Just like the Sonic Shorts.
Yeah, but was it just called Sonic Shorts?
I think so. They had
I think the one
bridge
that
for a
sticks
while.
out. I think the one that sticks out the most in my mind is the very first one from the very first one that they did years ago, where Sonic steps on a dash pad, flips upside down, and then just goes face first onto the concrete and slides
Oh,
along.
and there's like a horrible blood trail.
Blood trail. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that one as well.
One of my favorites is the magnetic shield, and it's like attracting everything on launch bay zone. And Knuckles is like, what am I doing here? That didn't happen 15 years ago. And then it cuts back to a skit later, and it's like pulling the death egg and all these different parts of that. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Pretty freaking wild,
I
bro.
think he even pulls Vector because of his necklace,
Oh,
because of his chains.
I have seen that one. Okay, so there's
That's
that.
I do love the. I forgot about the Sonic shorts. They are very 2000s like Flash kind of feeling. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
In the best way though, because they're just so good. I do like the little musical number Knuckles does as well when he like knocks
Oh.
Sonic out.
I remember that
I
one.
feel
And
my
then he's like,
precious
"This is
tools.
back." No.
Those chaos temples belong to me. You shall perish if you break my rule.
See how you like it yourself. Alright, so this is kind of a bland little area, but this is the more or less.
It looks good. It looks really good.
Well, thank you. No, that's not the issue. The issue in my brain is like, where's the gameplay? But that's obviously something we can work on. It's not finalized. This is something the programmers wanted, like I said before.
Honestly,
see if
it's
this
the
thing-
release date. Oh, guys, has it been
Oh my
delayed?
God.
Man?
I'm like remembering more
This
Sonic
game?
shorts. I'm remembering the one where
Oh.
Sonic's eating a chili dog, and then Knuckles just comes by out of frame and punches him in the face,
Delicious.
and then gets the victory screen. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
I also remember the "Come on, Tails, let's come in that tornado."
Oh yeah, I do like the Sonic is dead one gets killed by an extra life box, and Knuckles just starts absolutely just dying of laughter. Like when I first saw that,
Sonic
I was laughing my ass off.
Excuse me, sorry.
I'm gonna tell somebody, say, Tails, Sonic just got killed. What? By an extra life box? That's horrible. That's hilarious.
Oh. Yeah.
It's like, Sonic just got killed by a life box. Can you believe it? And like Eggman's there, and he grabs a fucking Sonic plushie, and then he starts crying, and he's like, "Oh my god!" Knuckles is the only one that finds that shit hilarious. Finds the irony of it all, and everyone's just like,
Oh no. Because they're dealing with the actual tragedy, and he's just like
and Knuckles is like watching it like it's a fucking Monty Python sketch.
it's a cartoon. Am I a cartoon to you? Yes, exactly that. Thank you for
Well,
clarifying.
actually, you're a mascot.
Okay, so maybe this hole should be smaller. Should definitely be smaller. It's way too big, because when you put Tails next to it, he's gonna be dwarfed by it.
Yeah, that's like the size of a hole you'd see in like Sonic Adventure 1 compared to like Sonic's model, like in the cave in Ancient Ruins.
Ancient ruin. Oh my god.
Who do you-
This is my problem with this stuff.
You were talking about what your favorite bad Sonic story is. What do you think is your
Oh, wow.
favorite
We got way off of that.
story?
My
Like your
Oh,
favorite
yeah.
arc or
So
story or
that's
something?
We went from that to like Spider Milk, and
To
then
many
we went
other
from-
stories, yeah.
Oh,
tangents.
yeah.
What do you think is like your just favorite Sonic story up front, or like arc or something? If it's from like a TV show or a comic or something, like what's your favorite story?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, same. I'm not sure. It's there's a lot of good stories, and like some of my favorite arcs for Sonic the Hedgehog definitely came from the comics and not the games, because games are whatever, they're all right. But when I try to think of my favorite arc in those stories, I like some of the newer stuff. Not newer stuff technically, but it's older. But it's newer Archie, which means that it's about as new as it's gonna get.
Late Archie.
Late Archie. was like, say, Treasure Team Tango. That was a fun little story. I liked what they were, Eggman Victorious arc, where he kind of comes back. Oh shoot, the 180.
Oh my god! That puts an amazing image in my head.
Where they
Oh
beat
my
Eggman,
god,
and he
the
loses his
Eggman
mind.
Victorious arc. Eggman Victorious arc? That makes me think of the Nickelodeon sitcom immediately. Thanks.
What's the name of it? I think I know what you're talking about.
Victorious.
Yeah. Let's do something here. Let's do something.
How do you feel about? Do you prefer Nickelodeon or Disney Channel sitcoms?
Oh my goodness, I never liked any of the sitcoms that much.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, but which one was better?
I guess I liked That's So Raven. I liked that show. Its spin-off, Cory in the House, was trash, and I wish it never existed.
It was an anime.
But I think probably more of the shows that I liked were on Nickelodeon. Like, actually, no, that wasn't. Well, no, all that was there. With your Ask Ashley and Clarissa explains
The
it
Amanda
all.
Show.
The Amanda Show, that was definitely on Nickelodeon, and I liked that one too. When it comes to sitcoms on Disney, probably the only one I liked was That's So Raven, and like maybe Lizzie McGuire sometimes. I don't know. I was kind of whatever on Lizzie McGuire. More of the shows I liked were on Nickelodeon. I think in general.
I really love those like tween sitcoms and how like they have a very distinct, specific style all their own to how like their houses and schools look, and how they look like
sets.
They look like sets.
Yeah, like it's very distinct style of not a real place.
Like, oh my god! Oh, they're all like overly colorful and like spacious.
Yeah, like this is your house, right? Sure.
Yes, my kitchen takes up the space of my entire house.
It was big. I mean, obviously, for the ones that were actually filmed in front of a live audience, it makes sense because it was a stage and they had to have space for that. And then there was the ones that weren't, and they still had a laugh track anyway, and it's just like, calm down with all that. Could you not?
Oh my god, I love their overuse of laugh tracks.
Ugh. I can only imagine that actually watching those things live would have been like really, really fun, high energy experience. Of course, they're doing multiple takes over and over again, might have gotten boring, but they had people come out and do jokes and stuff, and I'm sure it was a whole carnival atmosphere. I think this is what I want. I'm going to scale this all down because I feel like the level is too big.
iCarly, perhaps?
I never watched iCarly. I was too old for it when it came out.
Oh.
Okay, this I feel like is... Did it change in size? No. Oh no.
Nickelodeon sitcoms always had very, very memorable theme songs.
Yeah. That's not Nickelodeon. That's Boy Meets World. I think that's ABC.
That's making friends.
Oh yeah, it is. Nobody told me. Yeah, no, that is. You're right. I don't know what anything is. Help me! I'm having my own palm tree panic.
Why can't you remember the distinction between American sitcom theme openings?
I don't know. It feels like something that, as an American, I should be able to do without thinking. But I can't. I guess. Okay, scale that down. I like the little. I don't know what I like about it, but the little. That little. I don't. You can't hear the music that I'm listening to, but it's.
I think
Jungle Joyride.
I think one of the more interesting parts of watching like old Nickelodeon and Disney Channel sitcoms is when they just drop some casual racism or sexism, because they just be doing whatever. Back in that point.
I guess so.
Oh
I wouldn't
man,
call it my favorite, but you know what? You do.
it's not good. It's just interesting.
Okay. I'm gonna bring this down now.
I'm thinking oh man, Lizzie McGuire. I never watched that one.
Lizzie McGuire. Yeah, that was one of them. It was like, it had like little cartoon cutaways to a little cartoon version of Lizzie was supposed to be inside of her mind or whatever.
I remember Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide.
Right, I never watched that show. There's so many shows I've never watched.
You had to be there.
Had to be there, man. I know.
You didn't even
you guys hear
watch
the music on
Big
this
Time
game?
Rush.
That was one of them. What are you saying?
You didn't even watch Big Time Rush?
Oh no, never heard of it. What is that? I mean, I've heard of Ned's declassified thing, but I've never heard of this other thing you're talking about.
Mom, what you feel, gonna go and make it real. It's a song about a bunch of late 2000s, early 2010s pretty boy bands getting together to win.
Oh, I feel like I may have heard of that. That song, at least, that make it real. Yeah, alright, fair enough. Why does, no matter what I do, it always feels like it's too big, this whole area.
That's so Raven, I remember that.
It's the future
weird
I can
was.
see.
Like,
The
can she
show-
actually see the future? Is that like a power she has, or is that like a...
It's a
What is
power. Yeah, she sees the future and then she ruins it. I mean, she tries to avoid whatever's going to happen in the future, and then that causes it to happen. It's the
Like,
same
yeah,
premise
no,
every time.
Did she actually see the future, or did she imagine what happens in the future?
I don't think the show was willing to get that deep. They were just going like, yeah, no,
Nah.
she sees the future. She's seeing the future and then trying to alter it, and then in trying to alter it, ensures its occurrence or whatever event that she saw that she didn't like, and then maybe it's recontextualized. She's like, oh, it's not so bad, or oh, this is so much worse than I thought, or something. Oh, this
You know, it's a shame that you never watched iCarly. You missed out on the Fred episode.
I'm sure I did.
There was a Fred TV show.
Yeah, because wasn't he like a YouTube guy? I feel like I
Yeah.
only found out about Fred through like Doug Walker. That's how I found out that there was any such thing. There was like a thing about the Fred movie with John Cena and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about that. Hello.
Yeah, no, John Cena played
Zuzu-
Fred's imaginary
Zuzu-
image of his
Zun-
dad.
Zunsu, how's it going? I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Yeah. No, I've heard of Fred, but only because of the movie, and also I just have just not
the
been aware.
movie? The movie? Singular? Boy, there were 3.
Well, you know, well, all right. I wasn't aware of that at all.
There were
That seems That seems exorbitant, as far as I'm concerned. Considering the first one didn't look like it was any good. Of course, then they made an annoying orange show, and then they had Tobuscus in it
Oh my god!
before his career was destroyed, unfortunately. But yeah, it was whole lot of just, they were trying to do the YouTube celebrities on TV thing. Yeah, the annoying orange thing, that was, ugh. I mean, the show itself, I mean, the thing on YouTube was like limited in how funny it could possibly be. And I don't know who thought that would be a good idea for a show. No idea. But that was early YouTube viral
Like Neon
stars.
Cat era.
What'd you say?
That's like Neon Cat era.
Neon Cat. Yeah, thereabouts. Where people, I don't know. Wow, man. You look back and look at the things that were fads, you're like, why was that even a fad? But then you understand that that's just how memes and virality work.
Only they lasted for a much longer time back then.
Yeah. What was that joke about boomer humor? Whatever boomers find funny stays funny forever to them for some reason.
No,
they
but
never
it's
get over
like, it's just one of those things
Like
where it's
Minions.
like, I think, yeah, why?
Like, Minions aren't funny in the movie that they're from. Like, moderately they are funny, fine. But, like, how could you make an entire series out of that? I guess because it's not for me. I'm over the Minions as soon as the
I
movie
like
was
how they're
over.
not even like Despicable Me movies anymore. It's Minions: Rise of Gru.
Yeah, like try to very vaguely tie it back to the source material, but they're not even putting a lot of effort in for that. This feels large enough and not too big and then not too small to be a place.
I'm thinking like
to start with. Start at
what's
your
it though? Like, oh man, like, yeah, no, but I think memes back then just kind of lasted longer, unless I'm imagining things.
Yeah.
Like, you think about how long Neon Cat lasted. It wasn't
Neon-
even a year. That thing stayed around.
Yeah, no, it stayed around, but then that's the other thing. They last longer now than they used to either, because, like, they keep coming back. They used to be, like, you didn't usually mix them together and you didn't bring them back, but everything's oversaturated in a way that it didn't used to be. I don't know. I'm not trying to say it's better or worse. I'm just saying that's like the way the culture has changed and shifted around it, I suppose, is what's affected it.
Yeah, like, man, when you think of like old internet memes, what are the first things that come to your mind?
The old internet memes? Well, you know,
Yeah.
Velociraptor, and then you've got freaking
Oh my
that's an
god,
easy one.
Velociraptor!
Danger Courage Wolf. Icon
yeah.
has cheeseburger cat. Mostly freaking lolcats and fail dogs. Specific things.
What about Grumpy Cat?
Grumpy Cat was kind of one, but that was later. Lolcats and fail dogs definitely predated. It was just dog and cat pictures of them doing things and with captions. Like memes were very simple.
Like the nerd kid.
Gersberms?
Maybe.
Ermagerd Gersberms is really more or less recent. Of course, when I think of recent, my time in my mind is different because, you know, I'm not growing into an adult right now. I've just been an adult for a while. So things are like stretched for me. So something that I heard about maybe 5 years ago will still seem recent to me. Because, you know, I'm not really paying attention to it.
I'm thinking like there was Rage Comics.
Yeah, Rage Comics, of course. A lot of web comics. And, oh yeah, the Rage emojis, like a troll face and those kinds of things. That's Rage Comics. Yeah.
Like not Trollface specifically, like the Forever Alone kind of like.
Yeah, the sad little face, Forever Alone.
Or
You
like
mad?
that kind of format seems to have been like, you know, resurging a bit with
Yeah.
like the sort of format of like the, you know, oh, this show's lore versus this show's lore, and you got like a really deep like like
I also Trollolo, the song. Trollolo.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah. So you basically recreate Coco Coast with all the assets and coloring. I'm not gonna do the coloring. I'm really just doing a
It's a
white
layout.
box thing, a layout for the programmers to build things around. So I'm not gonna get too detailed with anything. If I want to have a platform, it's gonna be a block. If I wanted to, like, you know, and I'm gonna try to make all these blocks separate objects so that the programmers, when they bring this into Unity, can just move it around. Yeah. Me trying to model this thing the way it looks here, that's gonna be an undertaking. That's gonna be something that's outside of my scope, largely because I'm not a prop modeler or an environment modeler so much as I am a character modeler. I'd need to do some practice, like some real sculpting and learning how to do it right. This is just like something for them to play around with and to kind of get a sense of things. I'm gonna probably stop working on this here because after this, the level gets a little fuzzy. We don't actually have anything designed already or even drawn up for what the rest of the level looks like. It's just gonna be based on like story stuff and where things are gonna go. What I'm imagining though is I can start guessing at some things. There'll be a short tunnel section because of the way this is drawn. This is different even than the original one because the tunnel was up here. There's two tunnels. I'm assuming that we can probably have it so that there's a tunnel here and it leads to an area that's kind of like a little canyon area. Not a canyon, maybe a little ravine. And then you can work your way up it and then it's connected to this at the top and then you can come back out over here. So like it's let me just make it so you know what I'm saying, because I'm talking, I'm describing, but I feel like it'd be better if I just showed rather than told. So we're going to do that now.
I'm
Anyway.
thinking like, man, oh my god, the dramatic guinea pig.
Dramatic squirrel. Oh, dramatic chipmunk.
Oh,
Even though it wasn't a
yeah.
chipmunk, it was a guinea pig of some sort. Yeah.
Smosh. Just low quality videos.
Yeah, well, they were all low quality.
All crusty.
Old and busted.
I'm thinking like, oh man, what else? There was
Mm-hmm.
not like a meme specifically, But do you remember that? Like, I'm just thinking of old stuff that I can remember. You remember the glitch video?
Glitch video.
The glitch. Like, it's a video where you have a bunch of people in a skit pretending to be video game characters, and the world starts to break down.
I don't actually.
I think you've seen it.
It's computer magic. Go Roadless. Thank you, BJ Squared. I appreciate that.
I love Film Cow. Do you remember Film Cow stuff?
I feel like I've definitely heard of film. Yeah, I think so. That Candy Mountain, Charlie the Unicorn stuff, or am I thinking of something else?
Yeah.
Then yes, I know who you're talking about.
Oh, it's
Once
so
again,
good.
swimming in these locations, we really are going to have to work on the scale of stuff. But
How are you doing that? How are you flying?
are you flying? Charlie, look at me! I'm flying, Charlie.
I'm not even gonna question it anymore.
Candy Mountain, Charlie. Mr. Neopleurodon. Leopardon.
Hello?
They took my freaking kidneys. Yeah, no, definitely remember that. Oh boy. But man, I'm hungry. What time is it? 3:37. Gonna run this for maybe about 30 more minutes to see where I get to. And then I'll just have to do it offline.
Charlie the Unicorn was always fun. But I love llamas with hats. That was my favorite. I like llamas with hats.
What?
Llamas with hats.
Oh, yeah, sure. Carl! You're the one who you introduced me to that. That wasn't a...
There's a dead human in our house! Oh,
gets worse
hey! How did he get here?
This gets progressively worse as the thing goes on. It's like, oh, wow.
No,
This
but
is...
then it doesn't. And it's like, I seem to have opened a crack in space-time from which to collect millions of baby hands. Huh. I guess I was expecting worse. Worse? But this is totally fudge, bro. No, but after last time with the nuke and the faces...
Yeah, it's, Oh,
It's like
Charles.
it's like a really surreal, weird, like, kind of story of this, like, artist going through a struggle to meet his the expectations of his audience. Like this.
Really? Oh. That's an interesting read on it. Okay.
I've recently taken up carpentry. Oh man. Not all of you live near that. Remember when I helped Mrs. Brigsby with her garden? You buried her there! What she would have wanted. You buried her alive!
Jeez. Tunnel.
Oh man. I saw you fire a harpoon into the captain's face. Well, that sounds dangerous. And then you started making out with the ice sculpture. Well, thank God that none of the children were on board to see it.
Okay. I belong to you. Oops.
Are the other lifeboats? Well, judging by the trajectory of the moon and the sun, probably at the bottom of the ocean, with lots of holes in them.
Yeesh. I think we remember that, though.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of forgiveness. It's the sound of people drowning, Carl. That is what forgiveness sounds like. Screaming and then silence.
Boy. Let's see.
I liked that the theme song also, as soon as Paul leaves Carl's, like, apartment, slowly becomes more and more demented and deranged.
Yeah.
Until eventually he kills himself, and then it becomes freed again.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, so what I imagine, because we don't really have a design for Cocoa Coast, I'm just gonna make it up as I go, and then we'll change it as needed.
Piano? Do you appreciate the piano I send? Pianos aren't supposed to bleed and scream.
Well, that's just your opinion.
I've recently picked up modern home design, only I've made it more modern by using faces of city council members.
Sure. Ugh.
What are you doing? You're sitting. You
What
never
is
sit.
Cryo talking about
like
here? Tell
standing,
him to stop.
You're not supposed to sit.
It's web series, and I'd much
The
rather
web
talk about
series
something
from
else
like
right now.
2007. It's like oops.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Please
so
choose
good.
a different topic.
Sure.
Seems to be
Fine.
yes.
Thinking, what's it? We can talk more about Sonic the Hedgehog at nauseum.
I mean, you don't have to, but it doesn't have to. Just something that's less demented. Okay. Like, it was funny, but out of context, it seems terrible.
Oh no, that's the point.
Yeah, no, but also...
Let's see. I'm thinking... How is Sonic the Hedgehog?
Huh? How was Sonic the
How is
Hedgehog?
Sonic the Hedgehog?
How was he... I'm sorry.
How
One
is
more.
Sonic the Hedgehog demented?
Oh. Well, I don't know if demented is the proper term for Sonic the Hedgehog, but, certainly leaning into idiocy? And why in the world are you still doing things this way? Haven't you learned from your previous endeavors? And the answer being no is just, probably more likely. But I think one day they'll get it together when they're in the bread line after having filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. You know what's gonna happen? I think they'll get it right as soon as Sega loses all their money, shuts down as a company, and sells off its assets.
They'll just be
And
thinking
Sonic
like, I have a
will
great
buy it.
idea for a Sonic game. It's just too late.
I mean, thinking about shows that I watched on Nickelodeon and Disney, I watched Gravity Falls a lot.
Oh yes, Gravity Falls.
That show's great.
It is great.
It is great.
It's good stuff.
Who wants to put on some blindfolds and get into my car?
Yeah, no, it's wild, it's fun, it's entertaining, and I said the word fun already. I don't know what I'm doing with this. Just kind of making a corridor. Maybe I'll, Can you? You couldn't do this, right? No, because they're technically not the same object, right? Okay, that makes sense. But you can edit models simultaneously, and they don't have to be the same object, which is wild. Okay. Like I said, I'm going to run this for 30 more minutes. It was, that means about 4:07 from last time I said that, or the first time I said that.
You want to be exact? Are you trying to get the correct time?
It's important.
Trying to be like 4:07, you're trying to be exact. You don't want to maybe further or beyond. If you do it any like a second before, you're trying to keep track of milliseconds to see if it works.
Oh, no.
You want exact time?
I'm
You're
not
trying to be
gonna-
authentic. Are you lying to your audience?
I'm not lying to the audience. I'm just simply not telling them everything because I don't care to do that.
You don't care about your audience. You don't
I
care about
love the audience, actually.
Where do you draw the line between authenticity and scam?
Oh, that's an interesting and leading question. And I think it's asked out of malice, really. And I feel like I won't answer the question because, well, it makes me feel bad. And, that's the reason it's any.
You're lying.
Actually, wait, this is where the river would run, wouldn't it? This can't be a place that Tails can actually walk. I mean, it could be. I've got an idea. Yeah.
What's cracking off, guys and gals?
Still doing the same thing we've been doing.
Yeah, I
Just
had
checking.
to go for a potty break.
That's
You
all.
drink coffee? I thought all you people drank tea.
What?
I thought all you people drank tea. I didn't think you drank coffee.
A potty break, not coffee break.
I was
Oh,
wondering when
I
he was
missed
gonna.
I went to the loo to poop.
How long did that take you?
As long as he's been gone. So. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, neither do I. I'm eating celery sticks.
It's a little bit personal.
What? What, eat celery sticks?
Celery sticks? No. Yes, actually.
Celery sticks are pretty freaking personal.
I don't want to hear about your celery stick addiction.
Please don't talk about my celery stick that way. It's feelings.
Mine is water and full of protein.
That's mostly all it is, right? Celery is just water.
Yeah, it's literally all it is. It's just a water stick.
I thought it was green.
Yes. Because it's a plant, you moron.
Well, no, but
Not all
plants can be red and green. Greens can, plants can also be
I'm
purple.
sorry, I don't understand. I actually don't understand where you're coming from right now, Cryo, but I'll wait for it to make sense.
I'm saying plants can be purple. I'm saying plants can be purple.
Yeah,
No,
think
plant will be
anyone's arguing.
purple because that, no. The plant will be green, the flower will be purple.
fair enough.
That's bullshit.
It's not.
Yeah, well, so is life. Get used to it.
I don't understand what you guys are talking about, so let's go ahead and turn that conversation wheel yet again, because this one has failed.
Do you think because you don't understand it, nobody should be allowed to talk about it? You authoritarian manipulator.
Yeah, sure, and
And here comes like
You
a
exaggerator.
Like a long about all the working conditions on Project Armada.
Yeah, no, they're awful. I have to deal with this guy.
well, you don't have to deal with anything, and you know that.
That's why I left. I wanted control of my life.
Oh no, you didn't want control of your life, you wanted control of the project. I see it now! You charlatan! You Charlemagne! The rapper? Or whatever? I forget what the guy's name is. Anyway. Mecha from the 80s. I'm back. Why are you fighting? I don't know. Things got heated. There was a discussion about celery. It got out of hand. As these things tend to do with this team. I don't know what I'm doing now. This is all whack, and they're not going to use any of this. I just...
Well, you're making some polygons. That's been consistent the entire time. Nothing different there.
Sort of.
Let's see here. Cabbage can be green and purple.
Oh, yes, thank you very much, BJ Squid. It can be.
You can get red onions as well, which is like purple onions.
I do like me some red onions.
Me too.
They're great in salads. I think white onions are better for cooking. That's what I've heard. And
Red onion coleslaw is so nice.
coleslaw, you say?
Yeah.
Plants are green, but they can also be red and yellow, or perhaps a yellowish brown. Can you eat a tree?
Technically, you can. Can you process the tree? Probably not. You can put anything. You can ingest anything.
Where do we like okay, what's the definition here of like eating something? Because like you don't need to eat the entire tree like just bark. You could just eat the leaves, but then you're eating the tree. You can consume trees.
Sure.
And you'll digest a leaf.
Maybe, depending on what the leaf is, you know. Because there's some things that are not digestible. I don't know or claim to know everything about all the trees. I most certainly don't. Don't ask me. I won't be able to answer. But there's just I would just generally avoid eating trees. You know, that's just my 2 cents.
Why not just eat grass instead? You know what? You're right.
You know what? It's less dangerous for you to eat that than pine needles. So you know what? You'll have
instead you had to eat pine needles. You could just eat the leaves.
That's what pine needles are. They're the leaves of pine trees. You can't eat all leaves, is what I'm saying. Some leaves are dangerous.
I was thinking of pine cones. You could eat
Look. Humans have an appendix. It used to be useful for this exact thing. It now isn't. Because we no longer eat grass and leaves. Well, we do, just not.
I mean,
Well, then
yeah,
we
that's the
need to
thing.
start eating grass so we can use our body to its fullest potential.
I guess technically corn is a grass, but corn is also doesn't digest. So that's more like a novelty food. Don't eat
Just
corn.
letting you know, audience at home, if anybody ever tells you to eat, like to touch grass, tell them, no, I'm going to eat that stuff.
I don't want to touch my food. No, obviously. I don't feel like this is going anywhere. Most
I
certainly.
want to
is.
eat my food. I don't want to touch it.
I want to eat my food. I won't touch it. Yeah, sure. Huh? I feel like the usefulness of this conversation has come to an end.
I'd say it's, we learned something from this list. We learned that our appendix was used for eating grass, and with that, humans that have watched this content can take that knowledge and either do nothing with it or potentially use that appendix to digest something humans have neglected for centuries. This is important for us to break down.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad that you see a silver lining in this particular conversation, because I simply do not. Maybe I'm a pessimist. Scale on the x-axis.
Also, look in muties.
Okay. Salary. Workers does not deserve salary. 3 cents per hour is big enough. What the heck? Okay. Let's see. What's in the muties? What did you put here? Oh, you got
Right on a Hobbit house.
SWAT raid on a hobbit. Oh no! Bilbo Baggins, you're under arrest for possession of way too much food. For second breakfast abuse. FBI, open up. Oh goodness. FBI.
That's the question. He thought we were talking about salary when we were talking about salary, but could you eat your salary?
It depends on if you get paid in actual physical cash or in
Or by the amount
in
of food
online.
it will cost.
Because
Your salary.
original salary was salt, which is where the word comes from. So technically, you could eat it. The soldiers in the, I guess in the Roman army, they were paid in salt, and that was called their salary. And it's just technically it is food. Now you can season your meat or whatever, or eat the salt, dry yourself out, whatever. Actually,
I mean, we only salt. You don't dry up if you eat French fries, do you?
I mean, a little bit. You can't eat French fries and you don't have a drink. You just eating French fries day in, day out? No, you don't. And don't tell me you do, because I don't want to hear about your bad health habits. Because then that makes me responsible.
Wow, Ronalist, what if I needed to talk to somebody about that to help me through my unhealthy eating habits?
I don't know,
Can
maybe
you
talk
just
to a
explain me
specialist
that
or someone who knows what the freak they're doing.
I was going to say, just talk to a professional.
You talk
Rollist,
to me, it's tantamount to, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it, kid.
You're not going to make it.
Ronalist, I think you need to trust your ability to help others through your knowledge and wisdom.
No.
Right, look, knowledge and wisdom, good one. At least for me, anyway.
I appreciate
Silver, it's
that you
people
think
like
that.
you that bring down Rodalist's confidence.
No, my confidence has never been higher, but it's just,
People like me
I
that
just
bring
know
down
that
my
not to trust it.
confidence. I bring down my confidence. I mean, that's true. I do bring down my own confidence. That's because, mental health problems.
Right.
I mean, that's part of
And
it.
these are the things that you want to talk to people like specialists about, and not
Exactly.
people, random dudes on the internet named Roadless. That's not even my real name. Did you know that?
That's why I absolutely hate vent chats.
Yo,
You hate
vent
what?
chats? Vent chats?
Vent chats. It's like,
Oh no,
why-
I hate that.
I find them
hate
worrisome because this is not a good place for this.
No, because it's like a vent chat is like it feels like almost like a kind of like you should be doing this. Not that nobody wants to hear about it, nobody will help you, but it's like this isn't the place to do that.
It feels like a shortcut or like some kind of I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
I'm
like
wrong.
desperation.
Maybe there's a place for them, which is why they exist, but then I don't know.
Yeah, because-
I've used vent chats in the past. I have. But they have literally done me next to no good.
No, because you're basically just I mean, it can help somebody like speak to themselves about their feelings, but a lot of the time, if you need a vent chat, you need to be talking to like actual people face to face, work through that, talk to friends
Or
family.
professional, or like a professional counselor or therapist.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, like I said, Rolis is not my real name. So you can't trust me as far as you can throw me. Yeah, no, it's,
He lied. He lied. Like I said, he's lying and deceitful, and he only just proved it to him, like, right directly. He's
I
lying.
mean,
It's not his name.
Just for the audience sake, like dude, I don't know Jinx's real name, but everyone else, like I know everyone else's real name because we've all known each other for like the last 4-5 years.
12 years, yeah.
If we ever met each other in public, we'd be using our screen names like goobers, and I love that.
Well, I'm the guy Silver.
Yeah,
I just call you Silver or Daddy if you want to keep the username in the
I'm
server.
not calling it.
No, I keep telling you, do not ever call me Daddy.
All right, well, now we know what not to call Silver, and we're going to respect his wishes.
I'm also going to change the subject for this public live stream. That's on
Thank you.
YouTube.
It's going to be on YouTube forever, and no one is
Yeah,
going to
no, it's
take
not
it
gonna
down.
change. Yeah, no, it won't.
I mean, no one's going to watch it.
Yeah,
It's the
love again.
only real benefit, I suppose.
I mean, how many people are going to watch it?
Well,
many
these things
let's
usually
see.
get about 100 views altogether, usually, which is not bad for a channel that barely ever puts out content.
You lied. The last one got 62. Another deceit.
Oh my goodness. If I have to deal with this from you any longer, I'm actually going to kick you out of the chat. I'm kidding.
Let's see, 89 views, not even 100. 77, 86. There we go, 111. One from April.
Yeah, see? See? So it's not a lie, is it?
It's one example.
Yeah, but you're going
You
to find
said
several.
usually,
You'll
let's see,
find several
continue.
examples. You'll find we've done a lot of streams, Cryo.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because like, it's a niche little channel.
Yeah, no, I'm
So,
not
I mean, it's
expecting
not
to get
like-
a lot of
yeah.
views anyway. That was never
Exactly.
the point. The point was being pedantic, and that's what Cryo just did. So
It's
That's where
funny.
we're at.
It's like, to be fair,
And if you
it's
think
like,
it's not,
I remember
you
once
just
upon a
don't get
time,
it.
I remember when Verblitz had more subscribers for me, and I thought, oh, I'm never going to catch up. Here I am now with like 3,070 odd subscribers.
you can be just like him with this 12-step program. Be like,
Just be British Sonic.
just be British Sonic. Well, you know what? That's a niche. People like that. You know what you want.
Honestly,
You know your value.
You could be like this guy. You know what you need to do? Just make Sonic content like anything.
Yeah,
You'll get
honestly,
it.
if I made any content, I would have people on watching my stuff on YouTube. But because I don't care about it enough,
I don't
to do
think
that,
you like. I don't think you. Let me actually. That actually made me think. When was the last time you? The last time you streamed was a year ago on your own channel. That's the last piece of content you made.
Yeah, I know. If I had actually put any time in, though, there would be more stuff and people would watch it. But I don't know. I don't feel like it, so I don't.
I mean, are you
do
just
anything.
like? Are you just not into like the whole like live stream thing? You just don't like video content?
I don't know. It's weird. Whenever something starts feeling like work, that's when I stop wanting to do it.
You've also got to realise as well, it's like, compared to Runlist, I have more time to myself. I don't have a massive video game fan project we're working on.
Yeah, no.
Whereas I can literally be in like Adrenaline Dubs and Imagination and like a couple of other colleagues just like dubbing stuff for them, being a background character or being this character and that character. I can be looking for comics to dub over. Like
Yeah.
the issue 50 speech I did recently. And like,
Man, I want to get into dubbing more. I like doing voices, but then I'm like super
and
lazy.
you're good at it as
And
well.
the last time you gave me a job, I spent months not doing it.
Well, it was understandable because you were busy with your own job and this project.
Yeah.
But
I'm just
when I
trying to
asked you-
say-
when I asked you to help me, that was around about the time I think you had just become director.
Maybe. What I'm trying to say, though, ultimately, is if you ever want me to do a voice for you, I'll do it. I'll be there.
Woo!
Just saying. Because I'd like to do... There are times I've just been sitting around like, I just love to do a voice. Or do acting. But then I
Yeah.
won't do it myself.
How do you feel about acting though? Like seriously, because like you seem to have. Do you have any like background? You go to college for that, or like go to school or like take classes or lessons? Like you seem
Not-
to be versed in it.
Not for... I went to college, but I didn't go to college for acting. But I did get myself involved with a improv group at Oakwood University called Imkanania. They're really, really good. They were really fun to work with. One of my best friends from there was also in Imkanania. We keep in touch from time to time. And I used to... I did a play at my church back home. I was the devil. I had the most lines out of anybody. And
Oh, no.
I've
And it is the worst when you've got the most lines and you're like, okay.
It's like, congratulations,
don't
you're
the lines
safe.
on me. And it's the most heart-throbbing moment, like,
But I was pretty proud of it. People liked my performance. It was a lousy little accent that I was doing, whatever. But it was fun. I do like to act, to answer that question, but I haven't had a lot of opportunities to do it, and I certainly don't take them for myself. I could do like
I was
dubs
gonna
of
say, like,
things.
is that part of the reason why you're doing this the way that you are? Do you want to be involved in that?
I don't know, maybe. I used to always want to be a director, and I suppose I'm living that part of the dream right
But,
now.
like a director for anything, like you just want control over a project.
I
or
just like to
you know-
control people, Cryo. That's exactly.
Okay, he admits it.
The Rotalist is a good actor. There's a video on it. There's a video. Oh, there's got to be. Oh, there's got to be video on it. Oh, fair enough. Whatever. But yeah, no. So like, I do want to do more things like that. I guess I just don't really make time for it. And really, that's what it is. Just making time for stuff and then making that the thing.
No, I was gonna ask this. Like, you say you work on this project a lot. It's like not to downplay or like anything. It's just like how long, like how much time does this project take up generally for you?
Not that much, to be entirely honest with you. I work on it like sparingly. Most of my work you might see on my streams. I do stuff in the background, obviously, but like it's calling meetings, setting up work events and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I intend to do that more as we go forward. But like when it comes to actual work product, I feel like the longest amount of time I spent on anything was maybe that wallpaper thing that I made yesterday. Because I just, and it wasn't even gonna be for the project. I just wanted to do a render because I hadn't done a render in a long time. And then I'm like, I had an idea for a composition and I just sort of went with it. And I want to make more time for myself to do things like that. I took the entire week off of work so I could just do things like that. And,
like,
when it comes to this, though,
things.
it doesn't take up a lot of time.
Yeah.
So what I spend most of my time doing is not this. It's just, I'm just sitting around listening to audiobooks or watching TV, to be entirely honest with you.
Yeah, no. Because I was gonna say, like, do you ever think to yourself sometimes, like, wow, I really want to do this thing, and you just like don't make time for it? Like you're like, oh, acting or like modeling or rendering, and then you just like,
Yeah,
do you ever
that's how I
think
got into
you're
this.
supposed to be doing that more?
Like, for the longest time, I've told you about this before. When I first got into modeling, I would just sit around thinking about how great it would be if I was modeling characters.
Mm-hmm.
I'd just be like, man, wouldn't it be? That would be so cool, just lying on my couch at home, looking at the sky or the ceiling. Or I would go when I'd work at my job at Safeway and be doing, like, scanning up food and be like, man, wouldn't it be cool if right now, instead of this job, I was doing modeling?
Yeah.
And then I would just never do it.
Be doing something else. You gotta follow those passions.
Yeah, so what I plan on doing more, and I don't know, it's just something that I have to just commit to doing, is really just making time for it. Because it's not like I don't have time. My job is whatever. During the summer, there's not a whole lot going on, and I'm gonna be busy. But like, it's as simple as really just sitting down and
You're like,
working
hey,
on
I
it.
want to do this thing, and then you just start it.
I tried. I feel like the other issue is like the lack of like sitting down, like, oh, what is all the stuff involved? Sometimes I get into my own head and thinking about how much work is going to go into it. But I always have to remember, tell myself, it always takes more time to procrastinate than it does to do something.
It's one of those things where it's like, you could spend all your time worrying about how long or how hard it'll be to do a thing, or you could just do it and realize that you were worrying about probably nothing. Like,
yeah, so it's just one of those things. Got to get out of my head about it and just sort of do it. And there's really nothing else for it. I just have to.
Yeah,
start.
no, I remember hearing a piece of advice at one point where it's like procrastination usually is just like it's just a mark or a sign of like some form of anxiety or fear that's represented in something that you're stopping yourself from doing or not wanting to do. And you need to think like, what is that fear? What is that thing to worry about? And then realize like, is this worth actually bothering myself with?
Yeah. So there's that. I don't know. I have no idea where we're going with this level right now, and I said I'd stop at 407. I suppose we're right about there. Yeah. So there's things that I want to do, and then I always think about like, oh, I want to make a 3D comic. I talked about this before, and I talked about this like, but it's just like, oh man, I gotta write the story, and then I gotta do a storyboard because I'm not just gonna jump in there and start posing stuff. Then I gotta make all the character models.
Just don't take like 3.5 years like Cryo did before he finally got to production.
I want to start with small things though first. I feel like that's what I should do because obviously because of the work is gonna be the work regardless, right? But I was able to kind of throw this render that I did. If you guys are in our server, you can see it, and I'll be posting it online later. That render is made of entirely assets made for the game project, and they were made at different times. It took a long time, arguably, to make all of the little pieces that go into that particular picture, that scene. But now that they're here, it only took an afternoon to put it together. And it looks pretty nice, if I do say so myself. I'm really happy with that lighting, learning how bloom works and all that. But anyway...
yes, that one tool Sonic Colors Ultimate loves so much.
Well, not that kind of bloom. I think I was a little bit less crazy with it than they got. I think this is going to be the, right here, this should be the rotate along X90. Grab along the Z-axis. I didn't even... Oh, I see, because it's oriented differently. Rotate along Y.
I keep looking at like the Speedy there with like the posing on his hand. Is it like why is his wrist like always bent downwards like that? Is that like a bone problem or something? Like why can't he like hold the sword and have his like hand out just like straight and hold the sword at the same time? Is it like one mesh?
Well, the hand is one mesh, but you're talking about like how he would hold it and his hand was straight. If the sword was bent backward. If its hand was straight, the sword would go straight back. The sword is very long and it would be clipping into the ground. So what I did is I made that little bend in the, for reference, so you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm just going to open it up in Blender here so you can see what I'm referencing. Did I do it?
Hey, did you do?
Did it open?
Hang on, I'm not looking.
No, I'm trying to...
I'm not looking.
Oh no, did I? Oh, no! I didn't just save it as that, did I? Oh no.
No!
No! Wait a minute, hang on, oh good.
No! Oh no!
Cover autosave maybe, and the Armada today. Please don't tell me that I've ruined it like that. Just the entire scene is gone. Like I got the render from it, but that would be upsetting in the extreme.
Well, you did save the final render though, right?
Yeah, the final render is saved, right? That's what it's gonna be. But it's just like I would hate to lose the scene just because of something like that, though. That would be upsetting. Is what I'm saying. I'd be like, oh no. Okay. I don't know. Is this showing up on the stream and not?
Are those frames?
Hang on. What are you guys seeing right now?
I see the scene. It's just, are those frames at the bottom?
Frames? Yeah. It's animation frames. So Blender is not just a video. It's not just a modeler. It's an editor too. It's an animation editor, and it's a video editor if you want to use it for that. Though it's a pretty piss poor video editor, if I'm entirely honest. It's really slow. But okay, so it's there. All right. So this is the sequence. This is the scene. This is what it looks like when rendered. I rendered in Eevee. Let me close this real quick. Wow, everything's going very slow. Up, close. Oh wait for the program to respawn. It froze. Oh no! If I lost this, then that's very bad. Oh no! Wait a minute.
Wait, did you save the other thing?
Let me save this right now. Hang on. I believe I've done bad.
Oh no.
Oh, let me save you, please. There it is. Okay. Whew! I was worried. But also, it was trying to load all the materials and stuff.
Like, it's one of those things when you think that you've lost something or a file's been corrupted or something, it's the most anxiety, anger-inducing experience possible. But then when you realize that it's not, it's the most relieving thing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hang on. It's taking its time because there's some issues.
Is everything moving slowly? Is it because you're streaming shit?
It's because I'm streaming, I'm sharing things. There's probably a lot of things. The Armada, let me just make sure that I don't overwrite anything and just call it Armada 2 or something, and then come back to it later. Save it properly. Once I make sure that what I was just working on wasn't saved as the thing that this is supposed to be. Let me close this. Is it done? I think the save is done. No. What the heck is happening? Hang on. I forgot that this thing doesn't like being rendered. Hang on. Probably should have closed the render window so that it would actually work better. There we go. Now it's saved. Okay, so there's that. I was worried about, a little worried there. A lot of bit worried, actually. So, as you can see, this is the scene setup. Close these other windows. I don't know how well that's coming through.
Oh, I'm just looking now. Holy shoot, that looked really good.
Thank you. It's the lighting, and I'm really happy about that. This is Eevee, actually, rather than Cycles. I realized that that doesn't mean a whole lot, but it's like, it's a, what's it called? It's actually slowing down the stream, isn't it? Turn off scene lights. Scene world as well.
Now it's cloudy. Now there's nothing sky.
Nothing sky. Beautiful. Okay. That's what I want. It's faster this way. Anyway, so here's it is. It's a lot of stuff in this sequence, in this scene, not a sequence. Yeah. Oh, Speedy's sword is very long. And so, like, trying to make sure that it's not clipping into the ground or something that would be visible is one of the reasons why I have the wrist the way it is, sort of pulled backward. Because if you were to fully, let's say, Alt-R that thing, just have it fully in alignment with the with his arm, it kind of does that, right? And then you can, if you were to rotate it again on the x-axis, let's say, it's in the ground.
That's weird.
Yeah, so like, there's like no space for it. That's why his arm is bent the way it was.
That's very strange.
This is just this is not an animation. It's just I have two different shapes or two different poses that I was working with. The initial pose and then like the second one that was like more close up with him kind of like pointing, like reaching for the screen. And yeah, that is that's Speedy and his army to scream and shout. I feel like we have all three of our main villains like right now. There's more villains in the game, more characters that you'll be interacting with, but these like are all done. And I was like, wouldn't it be cool if we had them all kind of standing there with all of the artillery and Battlebird robots and stuff like that we built. So I
Yeah. This does look cool. I do have the Battle Fortress I know is a very old model. It doesn't quite go with the style of the game. Like, it kind of stands up, the fortress thing stands out from the rest of the characters.
Really, I guess we'll have to talk about that.
I think with the lighting and everything, you won't really be able to tell. I think it's only like this where it really stands out.
All right, let's test that theory. Let's see. I'm turning on the lighting. It's gonna take the thing, but let's just see.
Like, it's got this like realistic metal texture on it.
Yeah, no, you're not gonna see that. in a
Oh
minute.
yeah, we're definitely gonna be changing that. We're gonna do more stylized. I think this was put together by Vera. Yeah, you can hardly tell. But I'm just a fan of the bloom. Not too much bloom, but some bloom is warranted, I think. Because, without the bloom, we don't get a lot of the cool effects. Of course, the,
Well, I'm imagining, like,
focus
I'm
bloom.
imagining shit like this, like canon, where you have, like, Speedy, like, get, like, a team of, like, photographers to, like, shoot, like, promotional stuff, and then...
That's ridiculous, but I love it. Camera focus, right, there we go. Hey, thanks, BJ. So the camera is focusing on this little empty here, and I recently was learning how to make the focus be on the characters in the foreground rather than everything at once, because there's a certain cinematic quality and also camera quality make it feel more realistic.
It's the sky, yeah.
Hang on. Where's the...
Sky sells a lot. I like the skybox.
Oh yeah, no, this skybox is excellent. It's an HDR that I've been using forever. It's the same HDR, in fact, as the one from the Sonic and Sally picture that I made not too long ago. You just move it around a little bit, recontextualize it. Another thing that I did is I didn't make these clouds. I wish I could take credit for them, but I found them on this thing called Blender Kit, and they just have like these little clouds that you can use, these volumetric clouds.
How do you think you make stuff like that? How do you think you would make something like that?
Oh, well, I know how you'd make them. They're actually just they're just cubes. And then they've been, I'll show you, in fact. Let's go all the way here to the easy to move things around mode. Alright. Where are they? There they are. So these little cubes, I changed their shape. They weren't like this when they came, when I downloaded them. But I wanted to kind of make them look like wisps of cloud rather than like little blops. I wanted them to look like they were stretched, like, Stratus. Or I think there's Stratus or Cirrus clouds.
So,
Anyway. What's up, Cloud? Any case, the way the cloud works is quite literally just... Wait, is this it? Yeah. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong type of material. I'm looking at world material. Excuse me, I don't want to do that. Can I look at object? There we go. So there's a couple of things, a lot of things happening here to make the cloud work. But ultimately, all this stuff, these little calculations for, these are usually like noise textures and that kind of stuff, and then converting them into like 3D, and then ultimately all that stuff gets put into a volume, and that's what makes it into a cloud. You could do none of this stuff and just have a volume, and then that would be what the cloud is. What I'm super amazed by this particular cloud thing, though, is that it doesn't take any time to render, because usually volumes take forever to render in Blender. But I guess this is like a way around it, so I'll probably be copying whatever this method is.
And like compressed or something.
Maybe. Because I've tried doing volumes before with, like, there was a picture of, like, Bunny flying, and she had, like, smoke coming out of the back of her feet.
Yeah, I remember that.
And, like, that took forever to render. And then the smoke that came from the top of this same battle fortress, Sonic and Sally jumping out, that took the most of the time it took for rendering took that. Also, I didn't realize that I had actually edited and, like, subsequently just damaged the entire battle fortress. It's stuck like this now. It just has, like, a wings hanging off of it. Obviously, there's a source file that I can access, but still, it's forever broken.
You can't fix it.
I could probably, if I wanted to, like, try to figure out how... Oh, this is a separate object. Is that why? Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, it's I broke off a piece and then made it into its own thing so that it could just... so I can morph it, but now it's sort of like, I don't know. It's not worth trying to fix it. I'm just gonna go back to the original file.
Great to know stuff like this, because then when people look at that final render on Twitter, if they look back to the stream, they'll be able to know that just off screen, there's just this floating, just separated piece of the battle fortress,
Right.
just like...
Arguably, I shouldn't have even had this part rendered, since it's not even visible. I could have just taken this part, just selected all of it and deleted it, so it wouldn't have taken any render time. Because Blender renders everything, even if it's not visible. So, like, you know, you want to save time, you want to optimize stuff, and that's how you do it. But, yeah, no, I was, pretty proud of this image. And I do want to make things like it. More stuff. But I only have so many character models, and I do have a bias towards using my models over anyone else's. I will use other people's models, obviously, but if I don't understand the rig, it kind of makes it harder. But I want to do, like, little comics, which require character models and all that stuff. So they'll have to be short.
Do you have a model of Tomato? Do you have a model of Tomato?
Oh, yeah, no.
Some
things you can just download.
Yeah, and do you
Like-
have things that you can use in the background? The answer is probably yes. And do you have a Scream model? If the answer is yes to all three of those questions, you can make a comic of Scream shoving a tomato into her face.
I could do that. Could happen. I've already made a still image, so I might as well make it a whole comic. But yeah, like I go on places like this, like Blender Kit. I'm even to the point where I might even consider actually paying for it, because some of these things are locked off unless you use them. But the cool thing about Blender Kit, one of the things I love about it, is that you can just basically, it's a website, right? You can go to the website and download this stuff, or you can go like get the add-on, put it into your own Blender environment, and go like, I want this pivoted window. Sure, why not? And then just drag and drop it into your scene. And as long as you set up the destination for these things, I now have this little pivoted window here. That's mine. I mean, it's not mine, obviously. I'm sure I probably shouldn't even give credit, but like, it's great for just making little scenes and little sets. It's so much fun to do that. I have forgotten how much joy it brings me to just make sets sometimes and just do things like that. I might, like I said, I might pay for it if I really want to, but like, yeah, no, but it's just the work involved in me just telling myself to do it. And then there's times where I'm like, well, I could be working on something else and should be working on something else. I should just do that. I just need to organize myself and be better about doing stuff that I'm obligated to do, and then I can do whatever I want after that. I want to delay the gratification, but I also don't want to do the work. So it's just a thing I've got to work with, and I'll eventually get over it. Any case, thank you all for coming out. This is to Rodalus's therapy session. No, but thank you all to coming out and witnessing what we were working on today. I hope you've enjoyed yourself, and I certainly had an experience. I'm wondering if I open Armada. Yep, see, that's what had happened. I'd accidentally saved it as Armada. I did not mean to do that. But we're gonna do this real quick. We're gonna save this, what it needs to be saved as, something, literally anything else. Can I not? Oh, right. We're gonna name this something else and put it in Tales of Adventure Armada. We're gonna move it over to levels, and we're gonna move it into region 1. I don't know. Something like that. Cocoa Coast layout. That way it's not named the same thing. And we'll work on it some more later. Yeah, thanks PJ Squared. Glad you guys came out. Thank you Mecha from the 80s. Thank you Jinxed and Cryo. It's the guy Silver. It's been a blast. We will reconvene the week after next. I'm gonna try to be more timely with these things, but just sometimes I don't feel like streaming. I'll be honest. I'm not making it up an excuse. I'm just gonna say it. I just don't want to be here.
If you don't want to do it, don't force yourself to do it.
Yeah.
Just make sure people are aware, and that's good.
Yeah, so, but today was a day where I felt like getting into it, and we'll do more streams in the future, and hopefully they'll be on schedule, and that's all I can promise at this point. But for real, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for coming out and being a part of this lovely experience that is Tales of Adventure Armada's production. We have it on tape. It'll be the most possibly heavily documented video game fan game project in existence. For good or ill. We'll see how it turns out. Any case, thank you all. I've been... Oops, wrong one.
I've been oops.
Thank you all for watching. I've been Rodalus. You've been wonderful. Have an Armada day. That's not as cool. Goodbye.
Bye bye.